Eight minutes lag. Imagine you have two fingers and island pattern, fast and slow pattern, sliding into merge intro. So ये वाला pattern मैं अभी तक देखा नहीं. I need to look. Cyclic sort. In place reversal of link place. Sentinel node use करके करता हूँ. Pre-breakfast. BFS level by level जाता है. BFS BFS level by level जाता है. BFS should be left right. We have some order, pre-order, post-order, in-order and ऐसे कुछ orders हैं उसको follow करता है. रूट फर्स्ट में रहता है फिर रूट लास्ट में रहता है. सबसेट मैंने किया नहीं कभी. सबसेट देखना है. If no modified binary search क्या आता है. Oh ये double binary search है. Bitwise XOR. Talk element. Do you really need the heap to do this? I feel like this is an array question. We have to find the smallest number in the get the smallest number in it. Get closest point to the origin. It doesn't sound like a heap question. और heap कैसे होता क्या? Okay, very much. यार ये सब पढ़ा ही नहीं। कॉन्टेस्ट स्टार्ट हो गया क्या? 3 minutes लेफ्ट। हाँ समझ गया। 1 minute। मेरे को ये कहाँ गया लैपटॉप स्लीप चाहिए। इसको निकालने के लिए आई हैव टू गेट 5K कॉइन्स। ये एक बार अगर फर्स्ट आ गया ना तो आई कैन गेट इन मर्चेंट स्टोर। 17 seconds left। चलो कॉन्टेस्ट के बाद में वी कैन डू गोलैंग। कॉन्टेस्ट में जाएंगे, देखते कितना क्वेश्चन बनता है, कम से कम 2 क्वेश्चन मिनिमम एम। ज्वाइन नाउ। Oh, you are given two integer n and k. A positive integer x is compatible if it satisfies both the condition. Absolute of n minus x. Now what the fuck is x? Oh hell। k मेरा 1 2 3 था, x कहाँ से आ गया? x तो है डिक्लेयर, x से डिफाइन ही नहीं किया इन लोग। क्वेश्चन ऐसा देते हैं भाई, मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आता है कभी। एक्स मेरे को फाइंड करना है, बट एक्स में वैल्यू क्या डालूंगा? एक्स यहाँ पे इसने 1 दिया, फिर अगेन ही मेड इट 4, अगेन ही मेड इट 5। 100 तक ही है ये। सम ऑफ गुड इंटीजर्स। यार ये 145 कहाँ से आ गया भाई? इसका डिफरेंस 1 होता है, इसका डिफरेंस 1, बट यहाँ पे इसको ऐड करूँगा तो 4 तो आ ही नहीं रहा मेरे को। और ये वैल्यू कहाँ से आ गई, ये समझ में आ गया था। सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन, लाइक ये तो अगर इन लोगों ने दिया है ऐसे करके चेक कर, अगर लेस देन इक्वल्स टू में के है तो फिर के है, फिर क्या बोलते हैं 0 है तो फिर देन गुड नंबर, तो इसको ऐड करना है। यस, बट ये कहाँ से आया 145 से? फिर मैं, मेरे को एन एन के दिया है, उससे क्या निकालना है? मेरे को उसमें से एक्स फाइंड करनी है, एक्स फाइंड करने के लिए क्या करना है? एब्सोल्यूट डिफरेंस बिटवीन माई एन एंड के करनी है। क्या given two integer n and k, a positive integer x is compatible if it satisfies both the following conditions. तो तेरा मतलब है let x को क्या करें, let x be math.abs of n minus x over if my x is less than equals to my k and n is n and x, so okay. मान लो x will be my I index, वैसे कुछ और आइडिया तो आना ही नहीं, और कौन से वाले निकालेगा? equals to equals to 0, let sum equals to 0, sum plus equals to x, यहाँ पे रिटर्न करने हैं ना। ये फॉर लूप क्लोज नहीं हुआ क्या? वैसे तो होना नहीं चाह रहा था, नहीं रिटर्न सम करते हैं ग्रुप में फॉर लूप डिस्क्लोज x will be my I, and if my x less than equals to, if this thing happens and x is less than equals to k and n percent मान, ये क्या आ गया, इसने क्यों ऐसे ब्रैकेट मार दिया। I do not. Math dot absolute of n minus n minus x less than equals to k and n oops, सम का इंटीग्रल आई जे बोल रहे हैं इसमें तो बोल करेंगे। ये चल क्यों नहीं रहा है। मेरा पूरा अप्रोच ही गलत हो गया, फिर मतलब कहीं पे मिस्टेक हुआ। ये गड़बड़ लग रहा है, आई नहीं आएगा शायद। ये ब्रैकेट इधर का इसका गड़बड़ चल दिया। ऐसे मेरे को आई करना है तो फिर मैं एक्स को क्यों डिफाइन करूँगा, मेरे पास आई है पहले से ही। कि एन से के लेंथ तक जाओ फिर उसका होगा, फिर ये इसका वैल्यू निकलेगा, इसको आई करो। जीरो क्यों आ रहा है। बस 5 ही आया। और कंस्टेंट रेंजेस फ्रॉम 1 टिल n, 0 से करूँगा then 5 आ रहा, 5 क्यों आ रहा? ओह, देर भी वैलिड बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग पास लिमिट ये गिवन टू इंटीजर एन एन टी। अरे भाई सब एन एन टी नहीं आ रहे हैं क्वेश्चन सब। सम ऑफ ऑल इंडिसेस ऑफ आई जीरो बेस्ड सच दैट s of I is 1 considered a string to be valid if it does not contain consecutive one characters. Mani, एक सेकेंड, मतलब मेरे को n दिया हुआ है, अपने को रिजल्ट में स्ट्रिंग ऑफ नंबर रिटर्न करनी है। स्ट्रिंग ऑफ नंबर रिटर्न करनी है। कॉस्ट क्या है ये? द कॉस्ट ऑफ बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग एस इज डिफाइंड एज सम ऑफ ऑल इंडिसेस ऑफ आई जीरो बेस सच दैट एस ऑफ आई 1 binary string is considered valid if it does not contain two consecutive ones character. Binary string is valid if it does not contain two ones together, I guess. If two ones together, ignore that, I guess. Ignore that binary representation, I guess. Spelling गोली मार, स्पेलिंग का गोली मारा। ऑटो करेक्ट यूज करते करते दिमाग खराब हो गया। इट कॉस्ट इज लेस देन और इक्वल टू के, मतलब इनका सम करूँगा तो आई शुड गेट लेस देन माई के। बट यहाँ पे कॉस्ट 2 है भाई, 2 के बराबर कहाँ है? कॉस्ट इज लेस देन और इक्वल टू के, ये तो इक्वल नहीं है। बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग ऑफ लेंथ without consecutive ones और कॉस्ट इज ज़ीरो। अच्छा यहाँ पे ज़ीरो क्यों आया? यहाँ पे तो वी हैव 1। जितना ज़ीरो है उतना कॉस्ट है क्या? I don't get this shit, bro. Among the strings with less than or equals to k1 are अच्छा, मेरे को एक ऐसा स्ट्रिंग ढूंढना है जहाँ पे तेरे, बट यहाँ पे अगर ज़ीरो ही ढूंढना था तो वाई वी आर हैविंग दी 1 है? क्या लोचा है ये? 12 तक ही है इनपुट। आई थिंक लाइक 12 इज लाइक बिगर नंबर। पहले ना क्या करते हैं, पहले ये काम करते हैं, रिजल्ट तो बनाना ही है अपने को। और एन कहाँ तक जा सकता है? एन जाएगा आई से आई प्लस प्लस जाएगा। और इसको बाइनरी में कन्वर्ट करना है। लेट बाइनरी नंबर्स str equals to क्या करें अभी 1 का बाइनरी निकालना, 2 का बाइनरी, 3 का बाइनरी, तो बाइनरी कैसे निकलेगा? वी हैव इन समथिंग कॉल्ड एज आई डॉट टू स्ट्रिंग, और इसको 2 से करेंगे तो बाइनरी वैल्यू निकल जाएगा। अभी अपने पास बाइनरी वैल्यू निकल गया, बाइनरी वैल्यू निकलने के बाद एक्सेल के अंदर पुश करते हैं या फिर पहले चेक करके पुश कर रहे हैं, ये चेक देखना अभी। हाँ, ये काम करता हूँ, बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग को पुश कर देता हूँ until my n goes then binary string will be there। now console dot log करेंगे रिजल्ट को, तो फिर we will be having the binary string value। अब उसके बाद में यहाँ पे check if it is less than or equal to k or something। hell nah, there is my binary string, this is supposed to give me binary string। oh, seriously, आंसर तो बराबर लग रहा है। n का इनपुट बॉक्स दिस थिंग है बाइनरी से, सो बाइनरी में कन्वर्ट कर रहा हूँ इसको। फिर से कुछ और ही दे रहा है। ओह, मतलब बाइनरी में नहीं करना कुछ और करना है। तो आउटपुट है, आउटपुट तो नहीं है। थ्री था यार, एल थ्री किया ऐसे नहीं कुछ, छोटा बॉम्ब है उसे प्रॉपर दे रहा है। तो इशू कहाँ पे है? 0 0 did I miss something? क्या मेरे को क्वेश्चन समझ नहीं आया? बाइनरी कन्वर्ट तो ऐसे ही होता है, अगर एक नंबर है उसको मैं बाइनरी में कन्वर्ट करूँगा। एक सही तो है। बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग ऑफ लेंथ 3 विदाउट कंसेक्यूटिव वन था, मतलब जो आसपास में वन नहीं है उसका आ गया ये चलेगा। बट यहाँ पे ये कन्वर्ट तो हो गया, बट इसको अलग आ जा रहा है। एटी को सिद्धरी था प्लस के को स्टोन था। ये यहाँ क्यों नहीं रहा भाई? मेरा बाइनरी सही है, इतना मेरे को पता है कि करने से बाइनरी बच जाता है। मैं परसों ही पढ़ा था इसको, इसे काम क्यों नहीं कर रहा ये मैं तो समझ नहीं रहा। मेरे को कुछ और करना है जैसा समथिंग। जैसे इसका टैग दिख नहीं रहा ना, पता चलता है क्या है ये। सवाल लग रहा है मेरे को, डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन नहीं है ये। यहाँ पे इसको बाइनरी कन्वर्ट कर रहा हूँ तो I'm getting this only, जिसमें दो कंसेक्यूटिव वन है ही नहीं. What the fuck, 8 minutes left, 1 hour 8 minutes left. Yeah, binary. It does not contains two consecutive वन. मेरे को पता है कि मतलब मेरे को बाइनरी का निकालना है, फिर उस हर एक उस स्ट्रिंग के ऊपर में मेरे को चेक करना है कि मेरा करंट और नेक्स्ट वाला वन है क्या. वन है तो सिर्फ मानो, अगर नॉर्मल वन है तो कॉस्ट इंक्रीज होगा. ऐसे ही तो वैल्यू नहीं आया, यही मैंने क्या सोचा था. इट्स ये इधर आया. एन मेरा 3 था, तो मतलब इसका बाइनरी वगैरह निकालूंगा, बाइनरी निकाल के चेक करूँगा क्या आया. अगर मान लो इफ दिस इज लाइक दिस, इसको स्किप मारूंगा. उसके बाद नेक्स्ट वाला मैं जाऊँगा, वन दिख गया मेरे को, कॉस्ट प्लस वन हो जाएगा. तो वापस जाऊँगा, कॉस्ट प्लस वन हो जाएगा, तो दो हो जाएगा इसीलिए. मेरा ये अप्रोच. भाई मेरे को गलत लग रहा है भाई. बाकी क्वेश्चन देख लेता है बाद से, बाद में कंबाइन डिस्कशन. ये डायरेक्ट सॉल्व नहीं होगा. अगर इसको कर लेंगे तो उसको ही कर सकते हैं. 24/4 है यार. Each selected subarray has length between L and R inclusive. Total sum of selected subarray is maximized. Return the maximum total sum you can achieve. Subarray contiguous non-empty sequence of elements within array. क्या पूछ रहा है, मैक्सिमम एलिमेंट बिटवीन सबरे पूछ रहा है क्या. बट इसमें एम एम का क्या यूज है. at least at least at least one and the most and subway from slums such that oh, मेरे को ऐसा एक सबवे ढूंढना है जिसका रेंज मतलब एम एंड आर के बीच में एंड एक मैक्सिमम सबवे के लिए सबवे उपलब्ध है ना स्लाइडिंग में जाएगी most overlapping पूछ रहा है इसने तो इसने क्या क्या 1 4 1 which is number 5 and the subway two is some both subway have the length of and तो जितने भी सबरे इसके रेंज के बीच में है इसका मेरे को टोटल समझ अरे एम वाला मेरे को कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा सबरे कैसे निकलता है सबरे इसको इसका ही ड्रॉप लेके चलते नहीं इसको लेके चलते भाई सारा जगह पे लिखो ये सारे आउटपुट मेरा 7 है एम मेरा 2 है एम 2 का कुछ आइडिया नहीं आया बट इसका आइडिया आया कि रेंज ऐसा होना चाहिए 0 है ये 2 3 रेंज आई थिंक अपने को पॉजिटिव ही लेना है एक पॉजिटिव है आई गेस लाइक इसने पॉजिटिव नंबर दिया बाकी सबका नहीं दिया सिंस यहाँ पे इसने एक लिया पॉजिटिव नंबर and he ignored the negative number since it can make the whole number negative so ignore मार दिया so I went to the 2 which lies in the range of 1 comma but 0 क्यों लिया इसने अगर 1 कमा 2 के रेंज में 1 कमा 3 के रेंज में लेना था तो 0 कहाँ से कंसिडर हो गया 0 0 इंडेक्स दे रहे हैं 1 इंडेक्स दे रहे हैं each selected subarray has length between L and R inclusive. The total sum of all selected subarray is maximized. To reach the maximum total sum you can achieve. मेरे को एल एंड आर के रेंज में मेरे को सम निकालनी है एल एंड आर के रेंज निकालूंगा तो इफ दिस इज 0 इंडेक्स थिंग then my one will be like cost index then should be this thing how the hell एल एंड आर के बीच में मेरे को सम निकालना है जैसे एल L-1 का सम निकाला है भाई। मेरे को लगता है मैं क्वेश्चन ही गलत कर रहा हूँ भाई। अगर ये क्वेश्चन हम लोग ने निकाल लिया ना तो वी कैन डू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आल्सो। इसका सबर 2 है ये। वही है ये, कंस्टेंट बढ़ा दिया होगा, कंस्टेंट घटा दिया इसने 2 में। वाह। सेकंड क्वेश्चन तो हो ही नहीं रहा। ये थोड़ा बहुत इजी लग रहा है मेरे को। सबर वगैरह निकालने है, उसमें मैक्सिमम निकालने है। मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ एल एल एंड आर के रेंज में तो निकाला ही नहीं इसने। दो दिया तो इसका मतलब नहीं। Three integer m, l and r is given. नम्स तो मेरा नम्स में लेंथ रहेगा, सब रहेगा, बट मेरा m2 है क्या भाई? मेरे को दो ऐसे सबवेरिएंट निकालने हैं जिसके मतलब रेंज ये है, एंड उसमें से मेरे को मैक्सिमम सम निकालना है। और यहाँ पे भी 2 दिया है इसने। m कितना कर जाता है? n कैन गो टिल n, जैसे 1000 सबवेरिएंट तो नहीं बन सकता है, नॉट पॉसिबल। बन सकता है बट दिस इज द रीजन दिस इज हार्ड क्वेश्चन। सबवेरिएंट कैसे निकालता था मैं? दो लगाता था, याद भी नहीं आ रहा पैटर्न वगैरह भाई। पहला लूप में तो नम्स पे हम लोग आइटरेट करेंगे, सेकेंड लूप में क्या आइटरेट करेंगे कि एल एंड आर के बीच में आइटरेट करना है। इसमें मेरे को मैक्सिमम नहीं ढूंढना है आई थिंक। जो भी वैलिड सबर है उस दोनों का सम करके मेरे को रिटर्न करना है। इसमें मैक्सिमम मिनिमम सेलेक्ट सबर है वन विथ सम वन। अच्छा, इवन वन item is considered as a सबर? भाई कहाँ से भाई? वो सबर है हाफ दी लेंथ बिटवीन। लेंथ कैसे निकाल रहा है? 1+3 निकाल रहा है, 1+2। This is not equals to my select subarray one with someone. जीरो कंसिडर नहीं करना है क्योंकि इग्नोर जीरो। एंड इसने वन दिया एंड 3 4 दिया जी। जीरो जीरो वन। अभी इतना ही रेंज बोल रहा है यार, क्या बोल रहा है? इसने 3 और 4 कैसे ले लिया? -1 भी ले सकते हैं, डैम। अभी इसका मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई, क्या है भाई ये, दो से स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं तो फिर इसने फर्स्ट वैल्यू कैसे ले लिया? ये रेंज है ना, ये रेंज है ना, सेलेक्टेड सब अरे हैज लेंथ बिटवीन, लेंथ बोल रहा मतलब एडिशन ऑफ दिस टू, पाँच के रेंज में, मतलब पाँच ही तो बोल रहा है, पाँच बोल रहा है तो अगर मैं इसको ये प्लस करूँगा, दिस इज ऑलरेडी सिक्स ब्रो, दिस इज बिगर देन माई रेंज, जो भी लेंथ वगैरह तुम बोल रहे हो इससे निकाल रहा भाई ये। वो कुछ ही नहीं आ रहा भाई, छी। पता नहीं क्या होगा। पहले लूप मारते हैं उसके बाद पता लगेगा। फर्स्ट लूप ऐसे निकालते हैं उसके बाद में सबरी कैसे निकलता है? सबरी निकालने के लिए रेंज चाहिए होता है, या फिर सेकेंड लूप मार के मेरा आई को इक्वल लेके जाना। सबरी कैसे निकलता कैसे करने से आपका सबरी निकलेगा? दो लूप लग गया फिर सबरी निकालने के लिए। आई मेरा जीरो से नम से जाएगा, फिर जो जो भी वो है उसके बीच में आएगा। उसके बाद क्या, उसके बाद मेरे को समय निकालना है ना। अब मेरे को रेंज का देखना पड़ेगा, कैसे रेंज का करें। मेरे को लगता है यही गलत है। आ, कितना गधा आदमी हूँ भाई, कुछ नहीं आता भाई। लगे मेरे। आई मेरा फर्स्ट वाली पर होगा ये, उसके बाद फर्स्ट वाली पे है फॉलो करेगा उसको, उसके एंड तक जाएगा उसका सबरी। यार सबरी कैसे निकलता है, याद ही नहीं आ रहा था। चलो टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं कि सेकंड क्वेश्चन था, इसको ट्राई करते हैं। वो नहीं पा रहा थे ज़्यादा ही रहा था। अब मेरे को ये पता करना चाहिए। मेरे को दो क्वेश्चन निकालना है भाई, कुछ भी करके। इजी वाला का हो गया, मीडियम वाला बस एक निकालना है। हार्ड वाला तो नहीं हो पाएगा बाकी। इसके लिए कुछ मेथड वगैरह पता रहना चाहिए। ये सब रेडी बन रहा था मतलब। वहाँ पे बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग पुश कर रहा है, इसके अंदर में रिजल्ट में पुश कर रहे हैं। इसको ये वैलिड है कि नहीं चेक करने के लिए पूछना चाहिए। जा बीमारी बाइनरी भाई, बिनारी बिनारी। अब क्या चेक करना है अपने को कि क्या ये मेरा करंट बिनारी बिनारी equals to this, and then binary I plus 1 equals to this. binary binary। अब इस बिनारी वैलिड उसका तो निकल गया, बट वैलिड सर्च करेगा। क्या बक रहा हूँ भाई, बाइनरी सर्च नहीं, बाइनरी स्ट्रिंग। अभी क्या करना है, इफ माई इस वैलिड बिनारी बिनारी बाइनरी is valid binary of binary string. If this is true, then only you push. नहीं हो जाए क्या हो गया इसको। ओ बाइनरी तो बाइनरी से बाइनरी तो सही है, डस नॉट कंटेन्स डस नॉट कंटेन्स ये। ओ कास्ट भी नहीं निकाल रही। मेरे को ट्रू और फॉल्स नहीं रिटर्न करा, फॉल्स रिटर्न करा। फिर ये फॉल्स रिटर्न करेगा, इसको कौन से रिटर्न करता हूँ। मेरे को तो अरे चाहिए, कॉस्ट गया बाहर। अगर बाइनरी ट्रू है तो मतलब अरे आ जाएगा, मेरे को कॉस्ट क्यों चाहिए? कॉस्ट तो रिटर्न करना ही नहीं, मेरे को तो ये वैल्यू रिटर्न करनी है। क्योंकि हम इसमें करेंगे। अब मेरा ये पता नहीं क्यों बाइनरी ये हो क्यों नहीं रहा बाइनरी में, मतलब 0 0 0। रिजल्ट मेरा स्टूडेंट। मेरे को मेरा बाइनरी ये but it does not include the leading zeros. पैड स्टार्ट क्या होता है? मेरे को लिटकोड वाले बैन करेंगे अब भाई। There we go guys, we got the fun। बट इसका जीरो ही आ गया, वन दिनारी। भाई ये कहाँ से इंक्लूड हो गया? What the hell? ना ब्रो। ये तो ठीक है बट ये कहाँ से आया? ये तो आने नहीं चाहा था, यहाँ पे तो मैंने कर रखा है ये। वैलिड बिनरी है तभी तो भाई क्या बच्चे। हम्म। एन में ये कहाँ से इंक्लूड हो गया? ये तो ठीक है बट ये तो आने नहीं चाहता, ये इग्नोर मारना था इसको तो। मैंने तो इसके लिए तो इतना बड़ा लिखा है भाई ये, फिर भी इसने इंक्लूड कर दिया क्या? एक कैरेक्टर डालना है क्या? नो। मेरा करंट और प्रीवियस भी चेक कर सकते हैं। रुक जा, कंडीशन चेंज करते हैं। इफ माई बाइनरी ऑफ आई इक्वल्स टू माई वन, एंड उसके बाद में अगर मेरा आई ग्रेटर देन जीरो है, और फिर बाइनरी सर्च बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब आई माइनस वन इक्वल्स टू फॉल्स रिटर्न करेंगे। मेरे लगता है के का भी कुछ मतलब है इसमें, के की वजह से अब आई थिंक नहीं आना चाहिए। प्लीज डोंट गेट इंक्लूडेड मदरफक। बिनारी भाई तुम कहाँ से आ जा रहे हो बिनारी भाई? मैं के भी मेंटेन कर ही देता हूँ भाई, क्या पता उससे वजह से आ रहा हो। कॉस्ट मेरा जीरो है, एंड कॉस्ट कहाँ तक जा सकता है? कॉस्ट लेस देन इक्वल्स टू माई के। यहाँ से बाइनरी का वो चेक कर रहे हैं कि वैलिड है। उसके बाद अगर ये कॉस्ट मेरा लेस देन इक्वल्स टू के है तभी रिटर्न। उसके बाद यहाँ पे एल्स कंडीशन आ जाए, इसमें कॉस्ट प्लस ये ठीक करंट है। अभी अपने को कॉस्ट मिल गया, तो ये फिर से वन कैसे हो गया? ये अपने आप हो रहा है? ओ, इसको क्लिक करने से ऑटोमेटिक चेंज हो रहा है। उससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा ना वैसे। अब मेरा वैलिड बाइनरी सही है, चेक कर रहा है कि क्या करंट मेरा वन है। अगर वन है और आई ग्रेटर देन जीरो है, सब प्रीवियस वन भी वन है तो फिर फॉल्स हो जाएगा, वरना फिर कॉस्ट बढ़ेगा। अगर मेरा कॉस्ट कैसे नहीं कुछ तो रिटर्न तो वैलिड बिना भी काम करेगा थोड़ी। चार्ज करना लग गया भाई। एन इंटू एन माइनस वन बाई टू तक जाएगा, बट यहाँ पे कंस्टेंट 12 दी है। हाँ, मेरा कुछ तो गड़बड़ कर दिया भाई। मेरा वैलिड बाइनरी काम नहीं कर रहा है, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है ये? अगर वैलिड बाइनरी में के भी पास करना होता है ये। आई थिंक राइट वैल्यू। भाई 11 कहाँ से आ रहा है भाई? 0 11 तो नहीं आने जा रहा। भाई 0 1 भी नहीं आना चाहिए। ये इसका छोटा कर दिखता है चलाना। नाउ क्लियर। मेरा कॉस्ट जीरो है। आई विल गो फ्रॉम जीरो। मैं बिना के तो मेरा कॉस्ट क्लियर है जब भी बाकी नहीं कर रहा पुश। पुश में बाइनरी अगर वैलिड है तभी तो पुश कर रहा हूँ। मतलब ये तो नहीं आना चाहता नेक्स्ट वाला, ये कहाँ से आ गया? अब 20 मिनट बाकी है, ये कुछ ही नहीं हो रहा है क्या? रिजल्ट तो अंदर नहीं आएगा, रिजल्ट तो बाहर में रहेगा। ये ग्लोबल स्टेट रहेगा जिसमें मेंटेन होगा सारा चीज। ब्रो भाई, भाई 2 to the power ऑफ, भाई क्यों भाई इतना लंबा वाली करना? मतलब एंड तक नहीं जाएगा क्या? ये मैथ ऑफ पावर 2 to the power ऑफ एन जाएगा क्या होता है? भाई ब्रो भाई, ऐसे ही होता है ना, मैथ ऑफ पावर ऑफ 2 to the power ऑफ एन, ऐसे ही करते हैं ना। तो ये क्या हो गया? डैम। 0 0 सारे कॉम्बिनेशन आ गए हैं वैसे, इसमें से इग्नोर मारना है। इग्नोर तो मार ही रहा हूँ यार, इग्नोर नहीं हो रहा है ये। मे बी माई लॉजिक इज नॉट वर्किंग। इसको निकाल के फिर से लिखता हूँ, माई बाइनरी ऑफ इक्वल इक्वल्स टू 1 एंड माई बाइनरी ऑफ I plus 1 equals to x। सॉरी नॉट इक्वल। कंटिन्यू कर जा भाई, कंटिन्यू कर जा, बाकी कॉस्ट तो ऐड करते जा। अरे कॉस्ट कौन ऐड करेगा? कॉस्ट प्लस कॉस्ट प्लस आई ऐड करने है, फिर कॉस्ट प्लस 1 ऐड करनी है। हाँ हो रहा है। जैसे मेरा ये सब चीज़ें इग्नोर क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, ये समझ नहीं आ रहा है। मैं तो कंडीशन लिख रहा था ऊपर में ही कि अगर मेरा ये है तो फिर skip the entire कैसे skip? अगर ब्रेक करूँगा तो प्रोग्राम ही रुक जाएगा। फिर ब्रेक देन प्रोग्राम विल स्टॉप देयर। वाह दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग, ब्रेक तो होना चाहिए। वहाँ पे दो दो वन है, मतलब ब्रेक तो होना चाहिए था, ब्रेक ही नहीं हुआ। वाह ये काम ही नहीं कर रहा है। कंटिन्यू तो स्किप करने के लिए होता है। ब्रेक करने पे भी ब्रेक नहीं हो रहा। ब्रो आई डोंट नो बैक ट्रैकिंग ब्रो, आई डोंट नो बैक ट्रैकिंग। बैक ट्रैकिंग सीखना है भाई अभी। तुम लोग प्रो हो भाई। मेरे को इसको कम्प्लीटली इग्नोर मारना है, फिर कैसे करूँ? कंटिन्यू तो कंटिन्यू से इग्नोर मारते हैं ना। नेक्स्ट इंडेक्स पर चला गया बाकी जो भी। ब्रेक करने पे आई थिंक आई लॉस्ट अ लॉट ऑफ वैल्यूज। रिटर्न सी ना, इट इज नॉट हेल्पिंग। ब्रेक कर रहा हूँ, पहले ब्रेक के पहले देख लेता हूँ क्या। 100 101 011 001 1000 है। ब्रेक कर रहा हूँ तो कुछ चेंजेस हो रहे हैं। I don't like break is not full code. Yeah, this is the full code, bro. This is full code of a fucking book. इंडेक्स आउट ऑफ का इशू है क्या कुछ? पहले मैं चेक करता हूँ कि मेरा आई लेस देन माई बाइनरी डॉट लेंथ -1 है, और उसके बाद में चेक करते हैं बाइनरी ऑफ आई इक्वल टू 1 एंड माई बाइनरी ऑफ क्या बोलते हैं उसको, बाइनरी ऑफ आई -1 इक्वल टू 1। मेरा इफ कंडीशन में लास्ट में ये क्या आ गया? रिटर्न कर दो, फॉल्स रिटर्न कर दो। जीरो रिटर्न करने से भी आउटपुट आ जाएगा, इसकी वजह से छोटा करने के बाद दिख ही नहीं रहा कुछ, मतलब। तो जूम अब क्या करना है कि मेरा बाइनरी, अगर मेरा अगर मेरा वन है, सिर्फ वन है, ये नहीं, अगर दोनों रहेंगे तो फिर स्किप मारो। मेरा बाइनरी ऑफ सर कैसे चेक करते हैं सर से, तभी कॉस्ट इंक्रीज होगा आई थिंक। भाई अगर ये भी काम नहीं कर, पता नहीं क्या करना है, समझ में। अबे ये नीचे क्यों आ रहा है, मेरे को अजीब लग रहा है। Hell no. Even this is not working. ना ब्रो, 11 और 0 ये सब स्किप नहीं हो रहा, क्यों नहीं हो रहा ये? बाइनरी ऑफ आई इक्वल्स टू 1 है। I plus 1 or like maybe I minus 1, that's previous index. Is valid is not working. अब क्या इशू है भाई? आप तो सही लग रहा है। अब पास मेरा जब इक्वल्स टू ये रहेगा तब भी दिखेगा। क्या बाहर मेरे तक फॉर लूप में दिखा कुछ तो वैल्यू कम हुआ है। आई थिंक सेम ही है। तो साला इतना छोटा स्क्रीन देते हैं। If binary of I equals to binary of I plus 1 and y equals to है, वही तो है। बाइनरी ऑफ आई मेरा 1 है एंड बाइनरी ऑफ आई प्लस 1 बाइनरी 1 है। 0 से करने से इंडेक्स आउट ऑफ बाउंड भाई। हमने तो यहाँ पे कंडीशन चेक कर लिया है कि क्या मेरा आउट ऑफ बाउंड जा रहा है। अगर कम है तभी तो हो रहा है ये। भाई 1 घंटा लगा, 1 घंटा आगे तक हुआ नहीं है। पावर ऑफ 2 टू द पावर ऑफ n। क्यों लगा भाई? It will go till my power to the power of n। वैल्यू आ गया, वैल्यू आ गया। ये लेट्स गो ब्रो। ये इशू था भाई, ये इशू था। यहाँ पे इक्वल टू था। और इतने फास्ट एक्सेप्ट हो गया, मतलब हुआ क्या? ये हो गया क्या? इंटरनल एरर दिखा रहा है। बट इस इंटरनल एरर डिड द लीड कोड सर्वर क्रैश। हमने लीड कोड सर्वर क्रैश कर दिया एंड वी गॉट एक्सेप्टेड। मेरा 2 क्वेश्चन दिख रहा है, बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है ये तो। Yeah, what kind of internal error is this? यहाँ पर डालना है फ्लेक्स के कुछ तो। पता नहीं भाई क्या हो गया बट चल गया ये, आई डोंट नो। तुमको कुछ आइडिया है क्या, मतलब क्या हुआ? ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता है। अगर मैं रिजल्ट को प्रिंट करूँगा तो रिटर्न का रिजल्ट नहीं प्रिंट होगा। ये नहीं आइडिया लाइक क्या हुआ। प्रिंट तो हो रहा है भाई, बराबर प्रिंट हो रहा है। मतलब आंसर सही है गेस, बट ये जो ये जो नंबर्स दिख रहा है ना ये गलत है। ऐसा थोड़ी हो सकता है, जीरो मेमोरी में कैसे हो जाएगा भाई। मैंने वो ऑफ एन साइज का अरे लिया है, ऊपर से मैं ये सब कर रहा हूँ। एंड भाई इतने बड़े नंबर पे मैं टू टू द पावर ऑफ एन के ऊपर मैं चला रहा हूँ, तो उतने सारे पॉसिबिलिटीज हैं। इतना फास्ट नहीं हो सकता, व्हाट द फक। सेकेंड। अपना रैंकिंग किधर है अपना? भाई अपना रैंकिंग कैसे देते हैं? मेरा 7 पॉइंट्स हो गया lol। यार एक हार्ड वाला हो जाता तो मज़ा आता, बट दिस इज प्रीटी डिफिकल्ट आई गेस। मेरे को सबरे सबरे का समझ नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को सबरे का लॉजिक याद नहीं आ रहा। मैं कुछ तो करता था पहले, एक लूप लगाता था जो फर्स्ट पूरा नंबर पे जाएगा, फिर सेकंड लूप में जे जे आई के इक्वल रहेगा, फिर लेस देन इक्वल्स टू माई नम स्टार्ट लेंथ रहेगा। उसके बाद हर एक सबरे निकालेंगे, फिर उसका सम निकालेंगे। ये डीपी है, डीपी नहीं आता है मेरे को। यार डीपी वगैरह कहाँ पे पढ़ते हैं? मतलब कोई अच्छा रिसोर्स है क्या डीपी वगैरह सीखने के लिए? मेरे को डीपी नहीं आता कुछ भी। एंड आई थिंक ये भी आई थिंक ये ब्रूट फोर्स किया मैंने, इसका ऑप्टिमाइज भी होगा कुछ तो, बट मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि मतलब ये 0 एम एस पे कैसे चल रहा है। मेरा 2 क्वेश्चन हो गया, मज़ा आ गया। इजी और मीडियम हो गया मेरा। भाई ये तुमने कहाँ से निकाला ये पावर ऑफ टू टू द पावर ऑफ एन का? कहीं पे मेंशन ही नहीं किया उसने कि टू टू द पावर ऑफ एन तक जाएगा ये। इज दैट कॉमन सेंस और मतलब क्या है? कोड स्टोरी विद वाईटी चैनल। ओ, कोड स्टोरी विद मेल। हार्ड है क्या? मैंने सबसेट का एक भी क्वेश्चन अभी तक किया नहीं भाई, मेरा मतलब फुल जितना भी लीड कोड किया है उसमें सबसेट एक भी नहीं गया थी। What the fuck, I did not do dynamic programming, no। मैंने ब्रूट फोर्स किया होगा, मेरे को डायनामिक प्रोग्रामिंग आता ही नहीं। ये सब मेरे बस, अरे वो कुछ तो था, ये क्या है ये? अच्छा ये ट्री वाला है। सबसेट कहाँ पे देखते हैं? देख सबसेट एक भी नहीं है। सबेरे भी नहीं है ज़्यादा। सबसेट है ही नहीं देख। ग्रीडी कहाँ से 10 कर लिया भाई, मेरे को ग्रीडी आता ही नहीं है भाई, व्हाट द फक। ट्री तो मैंने थोड़ा बहुत किया था, ये तो मानता हूँ। एंड बाइनरी से थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया आ गया था तो मैं कर लिया था। बाइनरी ट्री भी ट्रैवर्सल थे सारे, डीएफएस भी ट्रैवर्सल थे, बिट मैनिपुलेशन पता नहीं क्या। ट्राई कहाँ से कर लिया? ट्राई तो मेरे को आता ही नहीं। मैं भी क्वेश्चन पढ़ के उसके हिसाब से मैं भी ब्रूट फोर्स किया था, पता नहीं। ओ भाई मेरा यहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ, जीरो तक। जीरो वन टू, जीरो टू, वन टू, वन। और वन क्यों दिख रहा है, दो आना चाहिए। 504 है ये, मतलब आज वाला अभी नहीं आया इसमें। ये 505 चल रहा है। क्या करूँ, ड्रॉप कर दूँ क्या, या फिर ट्राई करूँ कुछ, मतलब ब्रूट फोर्स से नहीं होगा ना ये। कहाँ कंसिस्टेंसी, अच्छा ये। हाँ, बीच बीच में पता नहीं क्या हो जाता है, डिमोटिवेशन हो जाती है तो मतलब स्ट्रीम नहीं करता था, उसके बाद सोचा भाई कुछ भी हो जाए देख लेंगे, जो भी है करते रहेंगे रोज। पता नहीं, एक दिन इसको 3000 करनी है। और उस टाइम पे मतलब इतना हाई लेवल प्रो बनना है कि मतलब आ, नहीं, फिर भी एक दो भी एक्सेप्ट हो जाएंगे तो मेरे को खुश होगा कि मतलब कुछ तो किया है। प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हो। मेरा ना, लाइक, मैं स्टूडेंट नहीं हूँ। स्टूडेंट हूँ बट पीजी कर रहा हूँ, एमसीए कर रहा हूँ, विच इज़ लाइक फ्रॉम रिमोट। एंड मेरा 1 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है फुल स्टैक डेवलपर में, फुल स्टैक डेवलपर का रोल में। एंड फिर ये क्या बोलते हैं, अप्रैल मंथ में मेरा मतलब ले ऑफ हो गया था। कंपनी बहुत मतलब घटिया चल रहा था, प्रोजेक्ट ही नहीं था हाथ में उनके, एंड उन लोगों ने नोटिस पीरियड भी नहीं दिया मेरे को, सिंस उनके पास पैसा ही नहीं था पे करने के लिए। तो उन लोगों ने बोला जा भाई चला जा। मैं बोला ठीक है, अब क्या करेंगे, अब मैं मांग भी नहीं पा रहा था कुछ उनसे, सिंस उनके साथ दोस्ती अच्छा हो गया था, तो फिर मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। रुक जा, खाना खा के फिर गोलांग करते हैं, नहीं पहले पहले दो क्वेश्चन का आंसर निकालेंगे, जैसे कॉन्टेस्ट खत्म हो जाएगा उसके बाद में लर्न गोलांग। गोलांग क्यों सीख रहे हैं, इसलिए सीख रहे हैं कि वो नोट जेएस से मतलब फास्टर है, काफ़ी प्रीटी मच फास्टर है। यार तेजिस भाई क्या बताएं यार, लाइक मेरा एल लगा हुआ भाई, मैं 2 महीना से ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, मेरा कोई लग ही नहीं रहा कुछ भी। ये देखो फकिंग मूव। तुमने देखा था ना, मैं ये क्वेश्चन में इतना देर अटका हुआ था, मेरे को फोन ही। fuck, अगर डीएस वगैरह रहेगा तो फिर मेरा तो लग गया। ये फिगर आउट करने में मेरा हालत खराब हो गया। मेरा टाइप स्क्रिप्ट डिपेंड्स ऑन प्रोजेक्ट मैन। नेक्स्ट जेएस था, फिर कभी कभी वर्डप्रेस पे भी काम करवाते थे, मतलब वर्डप्रेस का वो अलग से प्लगइन टाइप बनाना। अच्छा सपना लगा है। और बहुत कुछ था यार, मैं कहाँ से देखूँ उसको, रुक जा मैं दिखाता हूँ, दिखा नहीं सकता इधर तो। एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन टाइप का बनाया था, बट मैं उसको शेयर करूंगा तो यूट्यूब मेरा स्ट्रीम को बंद कर देगा। बैन करेगा, बोलेगा तू पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन लीक करवा रहा किसी को। और तो पाइथन में करते थे, फिर एक्सएमएल वगैरह आता था, एंड फिर बहुत कुछ है। कभी कभी कुछ अलग ही टेक्स्ट स्टैक पे काम करना पड़ता। बट मेरा 1 साल का एक्सपीरियंस वहीं से मिला है, कुछ भी बोलो। मजा तो आया। पहले पहले ऐसा लगता था भाई जॉब है, दिमाग खराब हो रहा है, रोज जाना पड़ता, दिमाग खराब हो रहा है। अब नहीं है तो फिर वही लगता है दिमाग खराब हो रहा है जॉब। नेवर एंडिंग साइकिल है भाई। वो पाइथन में करता है। रुक जा, मेरा नाश्ता लेके आके रख दिया मेरा मम्मी ने, मेरा खाना पड़ेगा ना मेरा। Gulang, Gulang, I am back. Gulang. We going to do Gulang. What is the answer for this? So, did anyone do the solution in the JavaScript? Oh, we have a lot of Indian people. How do I see what is solved? Hell nah. Where is the replay button? मेरा लगता है 2 लाख के ऊपर में रैंकिंग चला गया इसको इस मेरा रैंकिंग 17K आउट ऑफ व्हाट आउट ऑफ हाउ मेनी पीपल या 1400 pages oh out of 35K people I am 1700 yeah let's go चलो पहले तो मतलब लास्ट लास्ट तो नहीं आता था बट लास्ट के आसपास कहीं पे दिस इज हाउ आई यूज्ड टू बी प्रीवियसली यहाँ पे देखो जीरो किया था बट फिर भी 29K रैंक 25 23 10 21 14 आई थिंक इसके बाद मैंने अटेंड किया ही नहीं मोटिवेशन का एम लग गया मेरा एल लग गया था मोटिवेशन का now we going to do Gulang first we are going to check for the solution did it end or not oh it ends in 7 minutes it doesn't matter I'm not going to submit it anyway so what we are going to do check so, did they create this question recently or like it's there like from previously maybe I should head to the chat GPT yeah what is the solution for this both the brute force and optimized oh it's already over अच्छा कहाँ पे दिख रहा भाई oh end every weekly question is new oh nice मतलब पैटर्न रिपीट होते हैं बट क्वेश्चंस रिपीट नहीं होता है ना इसका ये क्या बोला दिस इज क्लासिक डीपी एंड प्रीफिक्स सम ओके अच्छा मैंने क्या समझा था आ गया ये नहीं एक्सकैली एक्सकैली ट्रू for every possible subarray start and end for each position skip the current index start a subarray new अरे start a subarray here sorry recursively choose remaining m minus 1 ये तो रिकर्शन हो गया n+1 लेंथ का इसने फिल कर दिया 0 से and he started prefixing everything दिस इज प्रीफिक्स सम, ये तो पता है। अरे यार, इतना तो प्रीफिक्स सम चल रहा है अभी भी, रेंज सम। हाँ स्टार्ट। ओ ओके, रेंज सम ऐसे निकलता है जो मतलब प्रीफिक्स का करेंट आर रेंज एंड एल 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 मतलब एल इंडेक्स आर इंडेक्स का प्लस वन माइनस। जब ये ग्रेटर देन होगा माइनस इन्फिनिटी करनी है, आंसर में डी एफ एस किया प्लस वन रिमाइंड। एक सेकेंड, डी एफ एस किया। ओ ऐसी हेलुसिनेट कर रहा है क्या ये? मेरे लगा वही सोल्यूशन है होगा। अबे हाँ, पूरा क्वेश्चन देना पड़ता है ना, वरना उसको समझ कैसे आएगा। सिंस दिस इज न्यू क्वेश्चन, डीप सीक कर सकता है क्या? नहीं, किसी ने तो एक वेबसाइट का लिंक दिया था जिसमें यू कैन गेट ऑल दी ए फॉर फ्री आई गेस। वेयर इज द, ये रहा एरिना ए आई। बुक मार्क में नहीं जाते हैं, कुछ उल्टा पुल्टा आ गया तो फिर यूट्यूब मेरा उड़ा देगा। ये क्या दे रहा है? अच्छा, नो, पाइथन भी ठीक ही है बट आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड। वाह, यहाँ पे यू कैन यूज अनलिमिटेड। यो बस, गुड मॉर्निंग मैट। उठ गया क्या? ये इस पे ना तुम लोग का मतलब हर एक मॉडल फ्री में मिलेगा, बट यू ट्रेड योर डेटा फॉर देयर मॉडल यूसेज। डेटा क्या ही दे दोगे तुम लोग, मतलब वैसे भी तो एजेंटिक एआई को दे ही रहे हो सब कुछ। यू डोंट हैव टू वरी अबाउट सेंडिंग द डेटा। मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई ये क्या है। दोनों ही सॉल्व नहीं होंगे, लेट्स गो विद बी। यूज यूज जावास्क्रिप्ट। मेरे को इसका यूआई अच्छा लग रहा है। At each index start, we try skip this index, take a subarray starting at start index। मतलब स्लाइसेस निकालने हैं क्या subarray के? Start index at every valid length L to R। If we take subarray start dot dot end, then मतलब start से end तक, भाई क्या confusion कर रहा है। Next choice must be begin from n plus one so that the subarray does not overlap। मेरे को ओवरलैप नहीं करना था, बस इतना ही क्वेश्चन था क्या? देखते हैं अगर सोल्यूशन समझ में आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा पहले। प्रीफिक्स सम लिया इसने, फिर ये तो इन लोग ये इसको क्यों डालते हैं ताकि अगर कोई यही से कॉपी पेस्ट मारेगा तो ये दे कैन फाइंड समवन इफ समवन इज चीटिंग इन द कॉन्टेस्ट. दिस इज फॉर डिडक्टिंग द एआई required by the problem statement does not even need to be this neat. तो फिर इसने मतलब मान लो कुछ भी मतलब ये कुछ दिया है ऑब्जेक्ट होना. मैं मेरे को बहुत कुछ सीखना पड़ेगा भाई अब. मेरे को घंटा भी समझ नहीं आ रहा है. हाँ तक तो ठीक है. प्रीफिक्स हम दे रहे थे. अगर मैं कहीं पे इसको यूज़ कर रहा है क्या, अगर ये कहीं पे यूज़ नहीं कर रहा है ना फिर नहीं कहीं पे भी यूज़ नहीं हो रहा. सो वी डोंट इवन नीड टू कंसिडर दिस थिंग लाइक ये जस्ट हेलुसिनेट करने के लिए है ताकि लीड कोड वाले पता कर सके कौन किसने मतलब कॉपी पेस्ट मारा. आंसर इन्फिनिट रहेगा फिर एंड गेट सम लेफ्ट एंड राइट पास कर रहे हैं. दिस इज लाइक सम सॉर्ट ऑफ रिकर्शन आई गेस. एंड वी आर रिटर्निंग द प्रीफिक्स ऑफ राइट प्लस वन एंड प्रीफिक्स वन. फंक्शन डीएफएस स्टार्ट यूज टोटल. अच्छा ये रिकर्शन है. ये रहा. यूज अगर ग्रेटर देन इक्वल्स टू वन हुआ तो फिर मैक्स में टोटल आंसर स्टोर कर दो. if stop is we already use m sub arrays or reached end of the array. used equals to m and n greater than then return. अच्छा ये सारा स्किप कंडीशन है ताकि बेस केस जैसा लिख रहा है. डीएफएस में स्टार्ट प्लस वन दे दिया ताकि इट गोज टू द नेक्स्ट इंडेक्स. used and total is getting passed again and let len equals to l and n len less than equals to my r and len plus plus नॉर्मल लूप लगा देता. शिट. मतलब डीएफएस निकालने हैं फिर उसके बीच में से रेंज निकाल सबरे निकालने. सबरे थिंक मैंने सबरे से ही निकालने का सोचा था. नेक्स्ट वन देखते हैं. अभी तो इसको सॉल्व नहीं करूँगा. कुछ 2 दिन या 3 दिन के बाद मैं विल कम अगेन एंड आई विल ट्राई टू डू ऑन माई ओन. अगर हुआ तो ठीक है वरना फिर वीडियो देखूँगा. आज अगर किसी ने मतलब थर्ड क्वेश्चन किया होगा ना तो फोर्थ क्वेश्चन भी कर लिया होगा सिंस उसमें आई थिंक उसमें क्या बोलते हैं इसको कंस्ट्रेंट तो और भी कम है. सिंस फर्स्ट वाला में यू गेट लाइक 9 एंड द सेकंड वन यू हैव लाइक 10 टू द पावर ऑफ 5. इट इज लाइक 4 डिजिट कम है उससे. मैक्स वाला मॉडल का इतना टाइम लग रहा है मतलब ये थोड़ा हार्ड है बस. या फिर ये ए स्लो हो गया. कोड में चलते हैं. कोड पे जाके यहाँ पे इसको पेस्ट करते हैं. अब मेरे को सोल्यूशन बता. लेट मी पुट जावास्क्रिप्ट. Yo, if you guys want to join the Discord, you can join like this. I want to grinding LeetCode. Oh, it started building something. Damn, the code does. It's build करना. Oh, this is for building projects, I guess. कोड में नहीं जाना था अपने को. क्या था अरीना ये. हाँ हाँ. I think this is This got stuck in the infinite loop. Do it in JS. New chat. मैं भी मॉडल स्विच करूँ क्या? मॉडल मैक्स मॉडल को ऐसे हो रहा है कुछ. Min max M3 is also fine, I guess. Okay. Oh, I like the way it's scrolling, man. Use Gemini Flash or DeepSeek model. Minmax, Minmax will give the right answer, right? Minmax, I think. Sorry, Minmax, Minimax. Can we use this API for free on the VS Code, man? Can we integrate this? If yes, then let me know. काफी लंबा जा रहा है ये. Oh damn, bro. Wow, it's thinking about all the possible solutions for this question, I guess. It is trying to solve by everything it can do, I guess. Return answer. Also, you need to get. Damn, I like the way the AI is thinking right now. It went on the internet and checked. I mean, not on the internet. Maybe it's memory and checked if does it seeing something similar to this question. Ah, look at this. It's solving step by step. Each every intersect there. Let it take time. Let me see what it returns. ओ भाई साहब, इसमें इनपुट साइज का इशू नहीं होता है क्या कि इतना देर टाइम लग रहा है, सो आई विल डिसबैंड इट. एक काम करता हूँ, मैं वीडियो देख लेता हूँ दोनों के लिए. अब गोला ही कर लेता हूँ. जब तक ये चल रहा तब तक वी कैन डू गोला एंड देन इसको चलने देता हूँ. लेट मी सी हाउ मच टाइम इट विल टेक टू गिव द आउटपुट. एंड बाकी सब क्लोज करता हूँ. आज दो क्वेश्चन हो गया अपना, जो कि इसे मीडियम था, बट ये डीपी वगैरह सीखना पड़ेगा इसके लिए. आई विल लर्न द टॉपिक एंड आई विल नॉट लर्न द टॉपिक, maybe watch a video how to solve this, and will know, make a note of how to use that approach to solve similar questions. And बाकी तो यही है, उसके बाद में we can go for the Golang. I'm learning Golang and I want teach me. I have done topic still here. Yes. No. Yes, sir. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Let me reread the user's code carefully, and they have variables, constant, basic types, array slices, make, append, len cap for range, map, delete struct, embedded struct, commented, method syntax commented, interfaces, error handling, idiomatic, idiomatic, what the hell is it? Idiomatic, do, defer, panic, recover. But user rejected assistant free. I don't care about that thing. What haven't you practiced yet? Pointer. This is something like pass by value, pass by reference, right? Yesterday Buzz told me. Interface not present at all. Error handling no error type. No multiple returns with the error. Defer panic recover not used. Coroutines and channels not used. Package and visibility is exported, exported. You mentioned capitalization was stuck but didn't use it. IOTA enums, pair positions. Yeah, let's start one by one. Oh, we got the response. What did you do? Okay, this is not required. Num and prefix of 0, again prefix of again the DP. Again we are doing the full thing. Again we have uh, so I have to note DQ for this thing for QA. What the hell is this? It even wrote a test case. Pointers store the memory address of variables, not the value itself. Think of it like a house address versus house. If you have address, you can go there and change what's inside. X is house with value, B is address of the print something like this. Let us type instead of only reading. My x value is 42 here. We don't need to do this. X is declared but not used. P value is like ampersand x. Not console log. F empty dot print. ln of E. P is not defined. Why? We have a P. Oh, I see. Why we are not getting anything? There we go. The memory address of this thing. It should print something like the difference differ for everything. Like if you try to print P star of P, then you'll get a value. Oh, dereference. Yes, dereference are different. What is dereference? Why do we need pointers in Go? Without pointers, when you pass a variable to a function, Go makes a copy and the original stays unchanged. Ah, okay, understand. Hmm. In order to change the, manipulate the variable or maybe something, then we have to pass the ampersand, something similar to Java. I guess. In C++ also we have this thing, pass the address, pass by value, pass by reference. What the hell? Sorry guys. Pointers were struck. What you need for the methods, remember your rectangle struct. Type rectangle struct int x y. This works on the copy original, not change. Have to do and right. Ah, hell nah. We have to put and right. Here close. Let's nail the exact pattern. Function parameter. This is pointed to an int. Calling a function means passing the address of x. Inside a function means the value of point p points to the reference. You are a patient good tutor. What the fuck? I don't feel there is so much difference between the response of the DeepSeek and the ChatGPT since both are using same thing. I think. Because Go passed a copy. Mhm. Create a function. Now, now the function is modified. Write a program. Create a pointer to x. Print 50. How do you create a pointer now? X will be by 50. Improvement. And create a pointer. I think pointer is an keyword, I guess. It shows invalid operations cannot indirect x variables of type integer. Oh, I can do like this, I guess. Uh-huh. Yeah, how the hell am I supposed to take the pointer? Use only the pointer. That's what I'm trying to do, but it is not. Hmm. Yeah, but that will return me the address of that thing, right? We don't want the address, we need the value. So first we need to do this, and after that only we can do that. Okay. What happens if I don't do that? Now if you change the value of p, it will change the value of if you change the value of p, it will change the value of x since p has a reference of x. Oh, let me do. What kind of error I'm getting? How do I assign the value then? No new variable on the left side of what? I'm trying to reassign my value of x just like this thing using the p variable. But I'm getting an error now. No, no new variables on the left side of this thing. What does that mean? What do I have to do like this? like this. Oh, so every time I need to make changes there, then I have to. If I print my x, then what will be? Oh, damn. So every time I have to change any variables value, then I have to do it like this, right? First, you have to put this. Matlab equal to is normal for assigning again, right? This is for initializing something, right? For creating something new, and this is for reinitializing the value, which we use like equals to sign off, right? It even gave me a function, something func double function and function name. Double is an keyword. What the hell? मेरे को लगा ये गलत था, ये तो सही है. Should I put it outside of main function? Ah man. Double its original value. क्यों मैंने रिटर्न वैल्यूज. You can't multiply like this. इसको इस सजन को क्या तकलीफ है? You can create a function before or after main function. See. Yes. Too many return values. Integer want क्या बोल रहा है ये? Return तो एक ही कर रहा हूँ. Oh, holy shit. What about the return thing? यही तो कर रहा हूँ. Too many return वाली क्यों आ रहा है? आंसर फिर कैसे जाएगा? Return type was missing. अगर डबल को कॉल करके 10 पास कर दिया. But 10 can't be used as int. What? Oh, डायरेक्ट वैल्यू पास नहीं कर सकते यार. इसी में डाल के डाला. Why you can't pass value directly? We have to create a variable and then we can pass like we can't directly do. This is crazy, bro. Where is my value? Oh, I need to put it in the print statement. Can we do this or no? I can do this. Yeah, it is working, but can't I do it like this? Why this is not possible? अरे यार एकदम उसका मेमोरी ले रहा है ना. एड्रेस देखो उस पर डाल के करना. Whoa, what is this? What is this? What is this, please? Let's try swap. ये integer type which is int and b integer type. Is it going to return something? It will not return anything. Now I have to create a temp which is going to hold my value of a, and my value of a is going to hold value of b, and my value of b is going to hold value of temp. And let's count this. Swap uh, num1 which is my 2, num2 which is my 5, and if I pass ampersand of num1, ampersand of undefined num2. I'm using it though. Yeah, I'm fucking using it. What the hell are you saying? Ah, I have to do print ln of num1 num2. Print ln should be fmt dot. Did I really remove fmt? But previously I was using it. Why saving my program removes fmt? What the fuck? वही तो किया था, रिमूव ऑटोमेटिक रिमूव कर रहा भाई. What did happen to my program, man? It's automatically removing it. See, after I'm saving it, then it is removing fmt. अभी remove नहीं. Oh, if I don't have anything related to my program, then it will remove it. But seriously, bro, did it swap or not? Ah, it got swapped. We are good to go. If I don't have something related to my program, then it will remove automatically without asking me. This is crazy, bro. और कुछ पूछा है क्या इसमें? अरे भाई इतना ही तो पूछा है. मैंने स्क्वायर क्यों कर दिया मतलब? Without running the code, what do you think this prints my x is 10 and I'm referring the x to the p and I'm changing my p value to 50, so answer should be 50, I guess. What about this? X is 10 and referring x and x is becoming 99, so x will be 10, right? So I have a doubt. If this value is directly getting assigned to the this variable again, then do you have to use a pointer or not? Like, will it get changed automatically if I'm referring it to the some different variable? Imagine where is x carry from? So imagine my x is 40 now, and if I want to declare my x as 50, will this change or like will this will not change? Imagine like if I have a p here and p equals to my ampersand of x, and imagine if I'm changing my p to the p10, and after that I'm changing my value to 50. It's like directly changing the value of x equals to 50. Will it change or like should I add a star here too? Oh, it will change, I see. So if I'm referring to the same variable, then I don't have to put star, but if I'm using this value inside different variable, then I have to put a star and point it towards that value. Now I get it. First one should be 50 and second one should be 99. Up to that x equals to 50 is value is 50. After that, if you do p equals to, then from that point x is 10. Yeah. Once you point it and change the value, then it will get changed. Otherwise, if it is in the same variable, then we don't have to put the star. I mean, like the pointer thing. Topic 2: pointer receivers on methods. You have you already know methods. Yeah, I know a bit about that. Now we are using struct. Uh-huh. This is for return type, I guess. There is a close bracket. Problem with the value receivers. Type counter struct value in, and C is my counter type, and increment which is my function name, and C dot value which is like value plus 1. Was is supposed to increase, right? Since you're not pointing towards different value. Or I have to do it like star main count counter value 0 and increment output is 0 because receives copy. Yeah, I have to add a star. Cool. Now we are going to write the third function as per the chat GPT's prompt. So You're going to create them, and now my fucking FMT will get disappeared. It didn't disappear. I'm happy. So my type bank accounts track. What bank account can hold balance? Will be integer. Function uh, deposit deposit amount integer. This increases my balance. Wait a minute. Mm, um, oh, what the fuck? Uh, I can't do this. Balance. Shit. I tried that, but it didn't work. First, I tried that. How do I add the value then? Like, I need to increase the deposit value. Mm, what? This motherfucker will remove my phone. Holy crap. Cannot indirect balance a variable of struct of type balance missing return. Return the value. What the heck is this? What is this? Holy moly, what the hell is this? Bro, what the fuck? I don't see it. Can you tell me what is this thing? Do you have to every time I have to use struct I have to pass like this, or like is this some sort of syntax in order to use the struct inside a function? I see. Let us do this car fuel thing. We'll try to do this now since we have whenever we want to use a truck then we have to do that. So pretty much fine. I'm fine with that. In order to do car fuel thing we have to form a car struct. Model is going to be string. Fuel is going to be leader. Array function pointer receiver. It should take parameter distance. Okay, the total amount of distance for each distance we have to decrease fuel by 2 times. So func it should be like car C and car and we have to put calculate distance at fuel which should have my distance in written into returning seed of fuel. I have to decrease the amount of fuel by 2 times for each distance. For each distance, I have to 1 unit of distance driven reduce fuel by 2 liters. I have to first fuel up my car. If my car does not have a fuel, then how will it? Now I get it. He has told me to create an instance and we have to do it that way. I get it. Now what we need to do is like we have to reduce the total fuel by distance driven. For every 1 minute, I have to reduce. Oh, okay. Why am I even thinking so much for this thing? Like for every 1 unit distance driven, reduce fuel by 2 times. C dot fuel, C dot full minus distance. Now we have to create a car, which is car type. Car type and our models. Model, yes, fuel. I don't even need a save. I don't even need a save. Why the fuck I'm so habited with it. Um, yeah, I know. Uh, okay, we have a lot of thing going on here. Let me comment the car thing and uncomment the bank thing. First we have deposit. We shall add the amount. Function withdraw. Zero balance minus equals to return. What else we have? What else we have? We have a withdraw and this thing. If my balance is greater, if my balance greater than zero, then only do this. Declared bank dot deposit 100 50. Bang dot LeetCode. Yeah, working fine. I deposit 50. This is 100. I have removed them. 157. Understood. We have one more exercise here. Like, we need to create a struct for type user struct. Name. Isn't the name and what do you call that? What's option? If I have to change the name, then what can I do? It's like username dot name equals to my new. Yeah, oh yeah. Method name usually starts with a verb. Use Pascal and export. I see. What the fuck is Pascal? I have been using something called as what do you call that from small letter to snake case, I guess. Yeah, camel case. Only small letter and capital letter. Okay, you don't have to return anything. I'm not returning. What do you mean by that, Saha? Do you mean my answer is wrong? But methods themselves aren't shown in. So you may haven't copied this thing. Update them. You don't need to return. Oh, अच्छा नेगेटिव में चला जाएगा. Counter struct and values there and incrementing count and count is getting increase. The value stays zero since the value is still zero. What does it print? The answer is 10 because it won't be given since they are not passing and we are not having stuff. I only for just taking pointer. Golang does not uses the exception for the normal errors. Instead, function often return value error. Instead function often return value error. The result error divide. What the fuck? Next. Instead of throwing the exception like JavaScript, Go usually returns value error. Then you check error.nil print uh, error. Multiple return values. Go function can return multiple values. Holy fuck, crazy! If I don't give the type of data I'm returning, then I can return multiple values. Interesting. This is by getting the user's age. Where is the error? Yeah, now we get the errors. Let's go. Let the FMT be below so I don't have to again write. Hell, hell will hard. What's up, buddy? Now we are going to learn about errors. Let me clean up a little bit. It it's pretty much messier right now. Let me put them inside the demo for now. I'm just cleaning a little bit so it does not get messy. Error. How do you import error? Did I import it right? I have imported, but it haven't used. Oh, so where did I use it? Oh, this is how we use error. Oh, okay. In order to get the error, we have to do it like this. But while I'm declaring my function itself, then I have to put like this. But damn, did he go or is there? हेलो भाई बोलना था हाय भाई हो गया हुआ था तो एरर यूज करते हैं अभी व्हाट इज दिस क्या फंक्शन डिवाइड कर रहे हैं डिवाइड करने के टाइम पे क्या चाहिए इंट ये चाहिए एंड अदर वेरिएबल इंट बी विल बी देयर एंड यहाँ पे इंट और एरर maybe this is return type and this is my error thing but इसने तो बोला था we don't do error dot new or something if we equal to single then we can see errors dot new and divided a return type here, but whenever whenever we declare like mondo, if we are keeping int string and again like int, no matter wherever you're returning, we have to return those many times again. इसको उठा के यहाँ पे पेस्ट करके आया था, क्लीन अप हो गया थोड़ा. I'm not even looking for इसको डेमो डॉट गो से रन देते हैं, क्या ही जाना, रन थोड़ी करेंगे इसको. दिस इज फॉर जस्ट स्टोरी. एंड डिवाइड कर रहे हैं, डिवाइड करने के बाद में नाउ वी हैव टू गेट द रिजल्ट, राइट? रिजल्ट एरर डिवाइड एंड expected one expression. Oh, if error not equals to nil, fmd.println error and fmd.print result. Let's see what we get since we have made my b as 0. We should be getting a big error now. Can't do it. Oh, this one got passed here. Damn. So my error has something called as new, which got returned in place of error. Usually people use fmt.errorf instead of error fmt dot fmt.error of fmt dot. Oh, interesting. I don't even need to import the error then. Wow, this is cool, bro. This is something new. Oh, this is not my programming, so I'm trying to comment which was not working there. Oh, sometimes you want only result, then you can do this. Why I can't do only name? I mean, if I do only result, then not give me the result. If I do it like this and I will do only result. Ah, I see. Returns to value. Understood. Now we have pretty much explored a lot of stuffs in the code. We have file handling, some other internal stuffs. Okay, let us do this. Does it have something to do with my error thing? function subtract. I think you already did this. Mhm. Int is my return type and array is my. What the hell? Is this some sort of array? Why do I feel like this is some sort of struct? If my the name is supposed to be like user, and this is going to be this. If my user dot name not equals to null, what? How did I get the bank balance of last time? Nah, not with this. Eh, something is off. When it is not there, then you do error, effect error. Oh, something wrong. अरे man. Let me take you and just put that inside you expected inside you dot image. What is this thing? I don't know how to create an user is going to follow my this route. Name should be John. It should be user find it. What the fuck? Acha, I was doing something different. I forgot that thing. Any air to इसके आगे if my air dot is equal to nil, not equals to nil, then you print a function. Else fmt dot there should be an error like there is no name called as Jake. Like, what the fuck? If I provide the name as John, then what? You send me a link for the backend thing. I'm getting everything nil. Right? Oh, alright, this is not nil, then you have to. I reversed my logic, lol. Ah, now we're getting. Yeah, yeah. I misunderstood this thing, I guess. I think we're good to go now. You want me to write a switch case? It just wanted me to write a switch case, but I wrote a struct. Uh, Let me check the playlist. Where are the rest videos? This guy can't go about like 10 minutes. I'm seeing his all videos like only like 7, 5. Yeah. What is game? Oh, I have this guy called us seriously. I don't know his username. What the hell is his username? This guy is like crazy. Let's watch his video a little. He's teaching everything. Task management app, database migration model DTO, repo service handler, open API, contract, file upload, emails, cron jobs. He literally covered everything. और कुछ है क्या इधर? Next.js website, production grade, golang from scratch. I was watching this video initially. Build a production grade boilerplate in Go. What does it say?
Don't know who needs to hear this, but you can't be good at just one thing anymore.
In this video, we are going to build a boilerplate for a Go-based backend, and we'll try to make it production grade. And by production grade, I mean we'll try to include all the modules that a serious or a production grade backend usually implements, and we'll implement all of those. And by boilerplate, I mean we will do this one time, all the setups, all the project setups, for example, the config setups, the logging setups, all the things that show up in every single project. We'll build all of those. That's called a boilerplate. We'll build all of those and we'll create a GitHub repo and I'll push it there. And from the next time on, when we start building projects, we will use the boilerplate and that will be our starting point. Instead of doing the whole project setup for every project, we'll establish the starting point in this video and that will significantly speed up all our future videos. Now, the topics that we will be covering is something that I have mentioned in my backend from first principles playlist. So this is the backend from first principles playlist. This is a separate playlist from this one, the Go based. And here in the backend playlist, we talk about all the theoretical concepts that a backend engineer should know to work on a serious production grade project, a backend project. The aim is to implement all those concepts in this boilerplate. For example, the routing layer, the serialization and deserialization layer, the authentication, authorization, the validation, transformations, middlewares, the request context, handlers, services, repository layers, the logging, monitoring, observability, graceful shutdown, and a lot of things. Pretty much all the things that you will need if you are working from a project which is like a small scale or a medium scale or a large scale. This is a very good starting point that we are going to establish today. And coming back to our tech stack, the major tech stack for the backend framework that we are going to use is Echo. Now, again, I have brought up this point a lot of times in especially the Go videos, that in the Go community, there is a lot of push to use standard library for everything. And that's how I started creating this boilerplate using standard library. And that module was complete. There was a lot of extra code and I did not feel like explaining all that code to a beginner. I did not have enough justifications for that. Echo as a framework is pretty lightweight as compared to something like Gin, which is another framework. And it does not try to abstract away a lot of things, just a routing layer and some parts of the validation layer. And it reduces a lot of code that way. So I feel using a framework like Echo makes a lot of sense, especially if you're starting out. And even if you're not starting out, you are an experienced engineer, there is nothing wrong with going with a framework like Echo. This is going to be the framework that we use. The second major thing is going to be the database driver. We'll be using PGX. This is a Postgres driver. By the way, we'll be using Postgres as a database. Of course, there are a lot of choices for other database. We could go with MongoDB, MySQL, etc. But Postgres is something which is pretty versatile and I've been using it for years and it makes a lot of sense for most kind of projects. We'll be using Postgres as the database and PGX as the database driver. We will not be using any kind of ORMs. We will write raw SQL, but I'll show that writing raw SQL is not that bad, especially with our whole PGX based setup. And next up, for logging, we will be using Zerolog. Zerolog is a logging library, even though in the modern Go versions, we have Slog, which is a native standard library replacement for all these other logging libraries. But logging libraries like Zerolog or Zap or Logrus, these have been around for a long time. And because of that, there are a lot of integrations with other tools in the ecosystem. Very good integrations. For example, Zerolog and PGX has a very good integration for logging our database based metrics, traces, and any kind of debugging data. And the same way, Zerolog also has good integration with the observability framework that we'll be using, which is New Relic. So using a separate logging library makes a lot of sense, even though standard library is more than capable. But because of the ecosystem benefits, we'll be going with Zerolog. For validations, we'll be using Validator Playground, this library. This has very good utility functions for doing some common validations across our handler layer. Again, even though we can write the validation logic ourselves, but that does not really make any sense. We already have tried and tested libraries which have been around for a lot of times. So we'll be going with this library for our validation needs. For config management, we'll be using this library called conf, which is a lightweight alternative to something like Viper. If you search for Viper, this is a very good config management library in the Go ecosystem, but it is also pretty heavy in my opinion. because it provides a lot of flexibility, a lot of features, a lot of integrations with other tools. And most of the time, we don't really need that, especially if you are working in application code, creating your own backend application. Something lightweight makes more sense as compared to something like Viper. But if you're building something heavier, let's say a library or a application with a lot of integrations, things like that, then you can consider Viper. But for our use case, something like Conf makes a lot of sense. And the reason for using a library for config management is they provide a lot of nice utilities for merging different configs with priorities and prefixes, etc., etc. So again, reducing a lot of code that we'll have to write ourselves. But it's not a very critical part, even though it is a critical part, but it is not a part which we will be dealing with on a day-to-day basis or every day. That's why delegating this whole code to an external library makes a lot of sense. Same way, if you apply the logic for ORMs also provide a lot of abstractions. But the reason we are not going with ORMs is because dealing with databases, writing queries and dealing with data is something which you will do 90% of the time as a backend engineer, as compared to dealing with configs, dealing with validations, dealing with these JSON parsing, JSON sending, all this logic. This is one time. You write it once, and maybe if you find a bug in the future about any of these modules, you make a change here and there, but that's all about it. You don't really deal with all these modules on a day-to-day basis. But data, databases, queries, etc., you work with it all the time. That's why we're not abstracting that part of our project to a library. We are writing the queries ourselves. That's at least my reasoning behind whether to choose a library or whether to go with our own implementation. Now moving on, for database migrations, we will be using this library called Turn. It is pretty lightweight, 1 or 2 files. This comes from the same creator who has created PGX. So they have very good integration, even though you can go with other migration libraries like Goose and Golang Migrator. There are other libraries, and pretty much all of them do the same thing, and there are no issues. Since it comes from the same creator, I went with Turn. Then for our tests, we will be using Testify. This library provides a lot of useful functions when we are writing our tests. We will be writing tests, at least some kind of unit integration tests for our application. So we'll be using this one for a lot of useful functions. And we will also use test containers. This is another library which is very useful if you are running integration tests against your database. So instead of mocking, I'm not a big fan of mocking services, especially mocking databases. It's pretty useless in my opinion. Mocking has its place, but for a backend application where databases are pretty much the major part of your functionality, mocking databases is not the way we should be going around. So we'll be using this library called test containers, which abstracts on top of Docker. So when we actually want to test our repository functions, our databases, queries, etc., etc., using this library, it will spin up new Docker containers, and it will provide a lot of utility functions to close the container, to start new containers, and provide a lot of pre-filled data. That's pretty much all our tech stack for the whole boilerplate. Let's get started with our boilerplate. To create a new folder called, let's say, Go.
You just ordered from Myntra. Congrats! You just overpaid. Every Myntra order you place without BuyHutke Chrome extension, that's money you paid extra.
Boilerplate. Let's open this in cursor. Great. Now we have an empty canvas. Now we'll be using a monorepo, and I'll explain why we are using a monorepo towards the end of this boilerplate video, because I actually have to show the use case why we are doing it. But in one line, if I have to answer it, we want to make use of some of the tools from the TypeScript ecosystem, tools like Zod, and TS REST for our OpenAPI contract and for providing a type-safe client if we build a front-end application. For those use cases, we will be using a monorepo so that we can keep our backend, all our packages, all our front-end in a single GitHub repository. So we'll create a folder first for backend, and then there will be another folder for packages. Here we'll keep our Zod, OpenAPI, all the other packages. Now at the root of this, we actually want a package.json because we are making this a monorepo and we want to run some scripts at the same time, and we want to make use of some of the utilities for that. So we'll just npm, let me just do npm init y, and we have an empty package.json. So the name is fine. Let's go boilerplate. We don't really need the main key.
Did I start watching the tutorial of JavaScript? Or can you initialize a project with the npm? This is a Go thing or what? Oh, I never know like we can use npm for the Go.
Keywords we don't need, author we don't need. Since this is a monorepo, we will need some of the keys to manage that. So I'll just add that here. We can go ahead and remove these because we are not really making use of all these features for managing the package. Now we'll be using Bun as a package manager. So if you don't have it installed, you can follow any installation guide for Bun. And the node version is at least 22. And if you are working on a monorepo, we have something called workspaces. And depending on which package manager that you're using, npm, pnpm, or Bun, they all have different places to keep this config. If you are using pnpm, then you'll have to create a file called pnpm workspace. But for Bun, you can keep it in the package.json. And we'll also need some scripts that I have, just paste here. And these are scripts which if we run in the root folder, which is the parent folder which contains backend and other packages. If we run these scripts, let's say we run lint or format, then what it will do, it will go through all the packages listed in our packages folder, which we don't have now, but we'll have later on. And if we also have a front-end app, then it will also go through the front-end app and it will run the script for formatting the front-end app. We won't be using it for now, but we just add it here in case we need it in the future. And in case you are not familiar with the JavaScript ecosystem, the TypeScript ecosystem, the front-end side of it, then that's also fine. We are not going too much deep into that part of the ecosystem, but only some of the essentials that we'll be needing. After this, let's install two packages. I already have Bun installed, so I can run these commands. So we'll add Bun, add, and D. We'll need Turbo, is Turbo repo for managing our monorepo, and we'll also need TypeScript. These two are installed here in dev dependencies, and we also created a bun.the log file. Another thing that we'll need is a turbo.json for managing some of the tasks like formatting, linting, and starting the dev server or running a build script. And this is something you can get from the official documentation, which I have also copied from. Again, we'll not be using it here as of now. We'll use these towards the end of the boilerplate, but since we are building from scratch, I'll add it whatever we need in the root folder. Another thing that we'll need is a git ignore, so that we can add a few files, folders which should not go into version control. So the name here is go boilerplate, and I am adding this one here because since the name of our project is go boilerplate, when we actually build the project, it will create a binary, an executable binary, and the name will be go boilerplate. That's why I'm adding it here, so that we accidentally don't push that into our version control. That's all about git ignore. And the last thing that we need is a readme file. Readme.mp. For now, we'll just write go. That's fine. We don't need to add more information for now. We'll come back to this later. That's all about the root folder, everything that we need to add here. Now we can jump into actual Go backend. And for the backend, we will be following the standard project structure. We search Go standard.
Welcome to Giant Hunt, a global anime creator movement. Create one
Project layout. We'll find this GitHub repository, and it gives you some of the not rules exactly, but some references about how you can exactly structure your Go backend or any kind of Go application, not necessarily limited to your backend. It can be a CLI also or a library also. I have not strictly created the project structure according to this, but will be following most of the rules. So going back, the first folder that we'll need inside this is CMD, and inside CMD we'll create another one, and the name will be Go boilerplate. Usually the idea is inside CMD we'll keep the main file, the file which actually starts your server, and that will in turn create the executable that we will use later. Inside CMD, the folder we create, we named it Go boilerplate because the name of our project is Go boilerplate. So that is another pattern you can follow. And inside this, there will be a main.go file, but we'll come to that later on. Then again, inside backend, we'll create another folder called internal. And internal will contain pretty much all the logic related to our application. Everything. The routing, the handlers, services, repository, database, configs, loggers, everything. We'll also create a .env, and we will store all our environment variables inside .env.
I think internal is something similar to the
We'll also
SRC
need
folder in
a sample
normal things
because
we
the
have.
.env we are not exactly pushing to Git. Inside sample, we can document what are the variables that we are using so that if someone new joins your project, they can refer to this file and add all those variables. Then again, we'll create another git ignore, and this particular git ignore is for our Go application. This, the one that we created in the root, is for mostly the TypeScript ecosystem and also some of the Go files, but just to be safe, we are creating another git ignore
The
file
golang
so that we
already
can
has a
keep
type
it
in
limited to
itself,
all
like
the
why do
Go
we even
specific
need the TypeScript?
outputs and Go specific things that we want to ignore
I don't know
from
why
Git.
he's using
Then
TypeScript.
we also want to create a file for linting our project, and this will be golang ci.yaml, and this is the content. Linting is optional, I would say, but since we are going with a ci.yaml, and this is the content. Linting is optional, I would say, but since we are going with a production grade project, linting is something we should try to implement. We'll not try to stick to it very strictly, but we'll just keep it here just to complete the boilerplate. But of course, you can go ahead and run lintings and fix all the lint errors if you have enough time. And we don't need to understand all the different configs, what all of them do. I have copied it from the official documentation. There is a section on recommended settings, and there are also a lot of GitHub repositories where people have recommended that these settings work better. So not something even I don't understand pretty much all of them. I know what some of them do, but not important. Then we'll again create another readme file which will have information about our backend, not the whole project. For now, we'll just add it here. And the last thing that we need to do is make this backend folder a Go module so that we can install different libraries, and this whole folder, just the backend folder, will be.
Oh, मतलब we need the package.json same as it. We use npm to do that. This is mostly done in production. This is what we need to learn.
Behave as a Go module. Let's just cd into the backend, and this is the command you can try, go mod init, and the practice says you have to prefix your project name with whatever version control that you use. So in our case, it is github.com and my username continuously / the name of the project says go boilerplate, and if you run this, it creates a go.mod file with the current version of Go that is installed in your system. By the way, if you are working on this, I am assuming that you already have Go installed in your system. We'll not be going very basic into explaining every single thing, assuming you have done your research, not the first time you're hearing about all these terms. Now that we have our go.mod file, we can install different packages, libraries in our project. Now, the last thing that we need in the root of our backend is a task file. File. Yeah. Now, if we look up what is task file is basically a tool for executing different commands and different workflows. It is a alternative to make. Make is very famous for these kinds of stuff. You must have already used it if you have worked in the Go ecosystem or C programming and other ecosystems. But task file, it provides a cleaner syntax, and it is a modern alternative to make. There are not a lot of differences, but I felt that the syntax of task file is a little lighter. It does not contain a lot of concepts that we don't really use on a day-to-day basis. So instead of make, we are using task file. And the reason we are using it, because every time we want to execute something, let's say we want to run our server, then we have to do something like go run and cmd, then the name of the project, then main.go, something like this. We want to abstract this out. We want to make this a shortcut. So we can just say that just run task run, then it will start our server. So that's the reason we are using task. Say that, and just a lot of other commands related to databases. Task run, then it will start our server. So that's the reason we are using task file, and a lot of other commands related to databases and running our linting, testing things, and those things. So the content of task file is going to be this. I'll just explain briefly because there is not a lot of deep syntax here. You can go through the official documentation once, but you don't really need to. You can just copy and paste this file in your project and use it forever. I have created it once and never even made any change in this. So not something you have to put more effort into learning. Also, you can consult things like LLMs, Claude and ChatGPT to help you out in this. So just to explain what's happening here, we are creating a variable here. Select this Alfred. Instead of Alfred, I'll make it boilerplate dbdsn. And again, let me search for Alfred. This is also go boilerplate. And here also we have to change. And one more reference, we can just copy paste here. Great. So what's happening here is we are creating a variable and we are saying we'll be reading this variable from environment, from your operating system's environment variable. And we are creating a couple of tasks. These are the workflows we are declaring. The first one is help, which basically prints out all these tasks and how to run them and information surrounding them. Then second is a utility for confirming whether you want to proceed with a task or not. For example, for things like applying database migrations, which is a sensitive task, is something a lot of things can break because of that. That's why we are adding a confirmation there that are you sure you want to run this command? So this is a utility which we can use for other tasks. Same way, we are using this task called run, which basically runs this command, go run and our whole project. So it will start our server. For migrations new, it uses this command line utility called turn, which is a database migration tool. And it goes to this folder. It creates a new migration file with a new serial number. And we can write our SQL migrations inside that. Same way, the migration up command, this is for the turn command line utility to go inside our migrations folder, whatever files that we have created inside migrations, and it will apply all those SQL statements on our database. Okay. So if we did not have this, where we can just write task migrations up, we would have to write all these things every time we wanted to up all our migrations, apply all our migrations. And that is the reason we are using this task file. Same way, we can just write task space tidy and it will run all these commands. It will format all the files in our project. It will run go mod tidy, which basically cleans up our go.mod file so that unused dependencies get deleted from our go.mod file and other verifications. That's pretty much all about our task file. When we are ready to run our server, we can just try task space run and it will start our server. And that's all the files that we will need in the root of our project. Now moving on, where should we start from? Let's start from the main file inside Go boilerplate. We'll create the first file which is called main.go, and we want to name this as package main, because when we actually execute this file, we want to create an executable and we want to run this particular application. That's why we're naming it package main, because Go looks for a file which has package main so that it can generate an executable from that, and it will have a function called func main. We'll add more code in this later on, but just to show you that it works, let me just add a print statement and go back, clear this. Let's run our task, and you can see that we have hello world runs this particular command whenever we do task run. It does go run cmd go boilerplate, and that's why we see the results. Okay. Now that we know our server is running successfully, not server yet, but our program, we can start configuring our backend. We'll come back to the main.go file in the end, because main.go, the whole purpose of main.go is initializing all the other services, all the other modules, and actually starting the server. So we'll have to build out all the other modules first before we come back to the main.go file. Okay, so the first thing, let's create all the folders that we'll need inside internal. The first one we'll need is config, and inside this we'll store all the logic related to our config management. And next one, database, for storing our database migrations, our database connection logic, etc. Next up, we have errors, for storing all our custom errors and error handling logic. Next up, we have handler, storing our handlers. Then we have lib. Now this is a folder which is just there so that we can store any other modules which does not really belong anywhere. So it is kind of a library that we'll be using across our application. So if we come across any kind of logic like that, we'll keep it inside lib. Then we have log. This is very important module which we'll be using everywhere in our application. Next, we have middlewares. We'll store all our middlewares here: the global middleware, error handling middlewares, the request ID middlewares, every kind of middleware, and all the other middlewares. Model, this will contain all our Go structs, which has a one-to-one mapping to our database tables, and it will also contain all the DTOs. DTOs basically mean that what does the input structure looks like and what does the output looks like. Those are called DTOs, data transfer object, so that we have a structured way of dealing with what comes inside for an API method and what goes outside. Then we also have repository, where we will store all our database queries and different modules in our app. Then we have router, server. Server will contain the actual logic which spins up a new HTTP server, which we will call in the main.go file. Then we have service. Service is basically the second layer. The handlers deal with validations and passing whatever data the service needs. So that is the first layer. The second layer is service, which actually calls the repository methods, which is the unit level methods, and deals with all the business logic. So we'll keep all our services in this folder. Then we have another called SQL error. This will contain all the logic for handling different database errors. We also have testing for keeping the common logic, the reusable logic that we'll be using for writing our tests. And we also have validation for containing all our logic related to validations. We will also need in the root of our application, we'll need a folder called static. This will contain openapi.json file, which we'll be generating. We'll not be writing any OpenAPI contracts by hand. We'll be generating it, but static will contain it so that we can serve it and start a server and test out our APIs. So that's pretty much all the folders that we'll need in our internal folder for keeping all our logic. So let's start with config. Let's create a file called config.go, and it automatically takes the package name as config. And inside this, we'll store all the Go structs and we'll read whatever environment variables that we have from .env, and we'll store all those values inside Go structs and we'll reuse it across the runtime of our application without reading from environment again and again. We'll read it once when the application starts inside main.go and we'll reuse it everywhere. For this, we will need a struct, say name struct config. For now, we'll keep it empty and we'll create other structs, the child structs, so that the primary struct, the parent one, the config struct, this stays clean and we can neatly organize what particular struct deals with what part of
I see.
our config. The first one is, let's say, primary. This is going to be a struct and we want to keep the name of the environment here. The type is obviously going to be string and we'll need some struct tags. In Go struct tags, these are called struct tags, whatever is inside the backticks. And in Go struct tags play a very important role when it comes to reflection. Reflection is basically understanding the structure of a data during runtime, and using struct tags, it is one of the techniques using which we can add some metadata about a struct and use that during the runtime to perform some operations. So each library can define some kind of key using which we can pass some metadata. So since we are using this library called conf, using this particular tag, we can pass some data to this struct, which the library is able to parse and perform various operations. Same way, the validate tag is associated with the validator package that we'll be using for performing our validations. In primary, we'll
Cut this. Even for JS, we have the same structure. Controllers, DB, middleware, models, utils is for lib, routes. Pretty much, this is what we need pretty much in most of the application. So this is for front end. Here it is a controllers where you write the business logic, DB where you put the DB file, middleware where you put the middleware files, and models where you create the schema or table or something, and routes where you declare the routing structure, and utils where you put some lib, kind of code, I guess.
We'll just need one variable for keeping track of what is the environment that we are running on currently. The second one we'll need is the server config, and this will contain the port. What is the port that our server is going to be running on? Usually it's 8080. Then the read timeout, timeout, idle timeout. These are the timeout values. If you have a long running HTTP request, let's say you are running a image generation query using some kind of OpenAI API, and that request takes more than a minute, more than around 1.5 minutes, and you have configured your server timeout as 60 seconds. Then after 60 seconds, the request will end, and your client, whatever front-end client you're using, whether it is Postman, Insomnia, some kind of app, web app, you will get an error of 504 that request timed out. But if you have configured the timeout to be, let's say, 180 seconds, then the request will continue to run and you will get the result on the client side. So timeout values are something we have to configure so that we are conscious about what exactly is the default timeout of our servers. And the last one is the allowed origin of CORS. A CORS is a mechanism which prevents web browsers to access resources from a different domain in a particular domain. Okay. You can get more information about how this whole CORS thing works in the HTTP video of Backend from First Principles. We'll not go too deep into that, but using this, we can pass an array of domains that we want to allow from server side. Usually we pass our front-end domain here so that we don't get CORS error when we are making some kind of API call. And the last one we need is the database config. Now, these are some of the parameters that we'll need to connect to our database. This is the host, this is a port where your database is running on, then the username, the password, the name of the database, if SSL is enabled or disabled, a maximum number of open connections we are allowing, maximum number of idle connections, and some other parameters. Next up, we'll also need auth config for storing secret key. For this, I forgot to mention, but for authentication, we'll be using Clerk for the authentication provider. Even though I did start out with a completely manual authentication and authorization workflow, but again, I did not think it's productive for including all the different workflows and all the different concepts in a boilerplate video. It will take hours to explain, and a lot of people will face issues if they miss some kind of step, and getting authentication wrong is not a good thing, especially if you are building a production system. So we'll be using an authentication provider. So we'll be using an authentication provider for this boilerplate and pretty much all our future videos, so that we can actually focus on our business logic, our backend logic, instead of going too deep into the authentication and authorization domains. And now that we have all our different structs for different parts of our config, in the final one, we can use this. This parent struct now has 4 fields. One is primary, then server, database, and auth, and each have their own struct types, so that this parent struct can validate whether they exist or not. And then going one level deep, these structs in turn can validate all the fields that they contain. Okay, now we have the final struct that we'll need for containing all our configs for our app. Then we'll need a function which actually takes all the environment variables and loads it in our config struct. So let's create a function called load config, and this will return a pointer and an error if there are. Now we're returning a pointer because we want to read all the variables into a struct, and we just want to pass it around the whole application. And even though the size of the struct is not big to be considering whether you should use pointers or not, but since it is a single reference that we want to maintain throughout our application, I feel going with a pointer makes more sense. First thing that we want to do is we want to create a logger, and we will use this logger to output some of the events that will be occurring while this function runs. Importing 0log, and we are creating a new logger, and this is a console writer, which basically means that whatever output that gets generated from this logger, it is going to get printed in our console here instead of any kind of other exporters like files or any external log providers. And then we are also including timestamp with the logs, and finally we are creating a new logger. and this logger is going to get stored inside this variable. Next up, we have to create a new instance of conf, and we import it on go mod tidy, and that should fix the error. Okay, now we are creating a new instance. Then what we want to do, we want to load our environment variables from the .env file, and we want to load it in our structs. So for that task, for loading from our .env, we need a package called go.env, and this package provides this function called autoload. At the start of this file, when this file actually starts getting executed, when it reaches this point, it will import this function, and this function in turn, let's say if I run type, let's go ahead inside this function, and if we open the source code for this, we can see that it has an init function, and inside the init function it is calling this go.env.load. Now the init functions inside Go files have a special purpose. Every time you import a new file, the way we are importing it now, all the init functions inside that file will be run automatically. And because of that, the moment we are importing it, this our variables inside .env, we don't have the variables yet, but all these variables are loaded inside our memory or inside our runtime environment. Next up, we are actually loading the environment variables. We have already the instance of conf inside this variable called k, and we are loading it, and we want to load it from a provider which is an env provider, which basically means that we want to take the variables which is already inside our runtime environment, and those variables we are saying that they have a prefix called boilerplate. And prefixing environment variables is very useful, especially when you're deploying your application in servers, Linux servers, inside EC2 or any other kind of setup. And you also have other applications inside that server. If different applications start polluting the environment variables of a particular operating system, sometimes it becomes a problem overriding each other's values. So what we are doing, we are prefixing all our environment variables which we are going to load inside our operating system, and we are prefixing it with the name of our app. We will add all the variables here inside .env later on, but this is how we are loading it. We are trimming the prefix, which basically means we are cutting out this part, and whatever comes after that, we are taking that, we are converting it into lowercase, and then we are loading it inside our structs. So something like a capitalized prefixed variable will be converted to something like this, a lowercase snake cased format. Before this, I think I forgot to add another config, which is a struct which we need for managing our Redis instance. It will contain the URL of the Redis instance, and we also need to add it inside the main struct. Let me just add it here, not here. Let's add it. It here. Okay, now moving on, after we have successfully loaded environment variables inside this k instance, now that all are
बस ये क्या है लोड एक फंक्शन है, लोड एक फंक्शन के अंदर में env डॉट प्रोवाइडर को मतलब ये एक्सेस कर रहे हैं, जो कि आ रहा है अपना कहाँ से, कॉन्फ़िग में से आ रहा है गेस। कॉन्फ़िग में env प्रोवाइडर के कुछ तो था, env प्रोवाइडर कंस्ट्रक्ट, नॉट कंस्ट्रक्ट, स्ट्रक्ट, एंड फिर प्रोवाइडर में बॉयलर प्लेट डाल रहे हैं, फिर फंक्शन वहाँ पे एक अलग से फंक्शन बना कॉल बैक फंक्शन जहाँ साइड, एंड फिर उसमें यह स्ट्रिंग ले रहा है, फिर रिटर्न कर रहा है स्ट्रिंग नॉट टू लोअर एंड स्ट्रिंग नॉट ट्रिम प्रीफिक्स, maybe maybe in function to trim the prefix of the string or something, एंड फिर इसमें एस को पास किया एंड किस में से किसको ट्रिम करना है वो डाल रहे हैं, फिर यहाँ पे नल रिटर्न कर रहे हैं। मे बी दिस इज सेकेंड आर्ग्यूमेंट। अच्छा एरर के लिए डाला है इसमें नील, अगर दो ले रहा है, दो लेने के बाद में रिटर्न भी करना पड़ेगा ना कुछ, अदरवाइज स्ट्रिंग यहाँ पे है तो स्ट्रिंग नहीं मिला होगा, बट यहाँ पे तो रिटर्न कर दिया ही, अगेन ही इज रिटर्निंग समथिंग हियर, मे बी इसका है एरर वगैरह का। It is reading the unique file.
Our variables are inside this key instance. We'll just go ahead, create an instance of our config, the parent config, using this syntax. And what we'll do, whatever variables that we have loaded and stored inside this k variable, we'll try to marshal that inside our this struct, our parent struct, which contains other children structs, and they contain more fields in turn. And we load that inside the main config, all the values that we have read so far. After this, we should go ahead and validate if all the values that we have provided, they are present or not, if any value is missing or not. For this, we'll need this package called 10. We have to run go.id, so adds the package and adds the checksum entry inside go.sum. We are creating a new validator instance and we are validating this config, this main config, according to all these rules that we have added. We have only added this one rule which is required. This should be present. We are not drilling down on this should have these many characters and all the other conditions that we can add. We are keeping it simple. It should be present and that's all it matters. If at this point the validation fails, then we are doing a log.fatal, and log.fatal basically means that our application is going to raise a panic, but it will raise a panic with a message that config validation failed. And if there are no errors, then we'll just go ahead and return main config, the error will be nil. And this is how we load all our configs from .env into our struct, which will be passing around throughout our application. And since we are already dealing with configs, let's just also add the config that we need for our observability setup. For that, we'll create another file because it contains a lot of logic and we don't want to pollute this file with all the observability related configs. p.go. The package will obviously be config since the folder name is config, and I'll just go ahead and paste the whole thing here and then we can see what all we are doing it. Okay, now we have a struct which is again a parent struct, and it contains all the configs related to observability. Now, when we are actually using these configs, I'll be explaining what all these different variables, different fields actually do. But for now, let's focus on how we are actually loading the configs. Inside observability, we have a couple of fields. First is the service name, and inside this we'll write the name of our app. For this, we'll just pass boilerplate. Environment, what is the environment, whether it is local or whether it is production, right? The logging config, this is another struct. All the configs related to New Relic, the service provider that we are using for our observability needs. Pretty much all the logging, monitoring and observability needs, all the configs related to that will be inside this. Then our health check configs will be inside another struct. Inside logging, we have three fields. What is the logging level that we want for this environment? For development, we'll keep this as a debug level, and for production, we'll make it as info level. And format, for development, we want the log formats in console, and in production we want them in JSON. Then we have a slow query threshold. This is a parameter that I am not sure whether I'm using or not, but the whole point of adding this was we are obviously monitoring all the database queries, all the database executions throughout our application. And if for a particular database operation, the execution times crosses a particular duration, let's say usually we expect the execution time to be under 400 milliseconds. But if for some reason it exceeds 800 milliseconds, then we want to perform some operation. We want to log the event, and we can see that in our observability dashboard, in our New Relic dashboard. And that's why I had added this variable. We'll see if we are using it or not. If we are not, then I'll just go ahead and remove that. Then we have a New Relic config service, which we'll use for all our logs, monitoring, and observability. It needs a couple of configs. One is the license key, of course, for initializing the service and using the service. Then a couple of flags to make sure we are forwarding the logs to the service. We are also forwarding the traces to the service. And if we want to log all the debug related details for New Relic. Usually we keep this disabled unless we are facing any kind of issue related to New Relic, so that we can dig down more. Then we have our health check related configs. What are the different things we want to keep in mind while we are running our health checks? We need health checks so that other services can constantly monitor whether our application, whether our server, whether our databases, whether our Redis instance, all these things are running normal or not. That's the use of health checks. We are creating a function which is called default config. If observability related data is not provided inside our .env file, then we are creating some default values. Let me change this to boilerplate. Environment is, we are keeping the default as development. Log level is info, format is JSON, the threshold is 100 milliseconds. Then these are the New Relic related configs, and these are the health checks related configs. You want to check database and Redis for now. And as we add more services into our app, we'll also add more health checks here. Then we have a function here for actually validating our configs that we have from our environment. And we have a function here for getting the log level. So depending on our environment, whether we are running in production or development, we are changing the log level. So if it is a production level environment, then we are keeping the log level as info, and using this function we can fetch that. And for development, we are keeping it as debug. Then another utility function that we are using to quickly check whether this environment is production or not. Great. That's all about our observability config, and we want to integrate that inside our main config. And the first thing that we want to do is embed that struct here. Now we have a pointer to this because all the configs related to logging, monitoring, and observability is optional. That's why we are using a pointer so that we can differentiate whether it is a 0 value or it is a null value. If it is not provided, a 0 value for a pointer will be nil, and that's how we can check whether it is provided or not. And we also have to initialize it here. So let me just add it. Before we return, we add this checks related to observability. We're checking if observability related configs are passed or not. If they are not passed, we are creating a default struct using this function. It returns this struct, and we are setting the main config observability value to this. If it is passed, then service name we are setting manually, which is boilerplate. Environment we are taking from our primary environment from here, whether it is production or local or development. Then finally we are validating it according to some rules. This is our validation rules, and after that, as usual, we are returning the main config. And this is pretty much all about configs. We'll not be touching this part as often. It is just a one-time effort so that we are following all the best practices when it comes to loading configs inside a backend system. All this code is of course going in a GitHub repository, so in case you miss something, no need to worry, you can directly refer to the repository that will be in GitHub to cross check if you miss something or did something wrong. And the reason I'm not typing out everything and the reason I kept everything prepared before this video is the obvious reason is, of course, it's going to take a lot of time typing out everything, time which can be better utilized creating more projects which deal with actual businesses, actual ideas, and more technologies instead of focusing more on syntax. The whole reason I am making this video about how I created this boilerplate, and I have created this boilerplate not like overnight or within a few days. I've been working with Go for the last 3 years, and this is the boilerplate that has come out of all the experience in the last 3 years, the professional experience and the freelancing projects and the personal. I have noticed some patterns. I have noted down patterns from open source repositories. This is the boilerplate or a project structure that I use in my personal project.
भाई तो और यार ये बॉयलर प्लेट इतना मतलब है, इतना कुछ है कि क्या ही बताएं। काफ़ी हार्ड है भाई ये। कॉन्फ़िग को याद रखने में पड़ जाएगा। पहले कॉन्फ़िग आएगा, फिर सर्वर कॉन्फ़िग, फिर डेटाबेस कॉन्फ़िग, फिर वी हैव समथिंग एल्स आएगा। लॉगिंग का कॉन्फ़िग है, फिर उसके बाद सर्विसेज का कॉन्फ़िग है, फिर परमिशन का कॉन्फ़िग है। इतने सारे याद कहाँ से रखोगे? एक दो बार स्क्रैच से लिख ले, एक दो बार स्क्रैच से लिख लेंगे तो फिर आई थिंक वी कैन डू। इतना भी मुश्किल नहीं है। स्ट्रक्चर तो सेम ही लग रहा है जैसे एक्सप्रेस में रहता है, बट सिंटैक्स चेंज होंगे। लॉजिक तो ही रहता है हर जगह। ऑथेंटिकेशन करना, ऑथराइजेशन करना सब सेम ही रहेगा। मिडिलवेयर भी यूज़ करना सब सेम ही रहेगा। एंड डीबी इधर को क्रिएट करना, कनेक्ट करना वो भी सेम ही रहेगा। एरर्स भी सेम ही रहेगा। बस यहाँ पे लैंग्वेज का फ़र्क होगा बस। इसका क्या यूज़ है पता नहीं, रेपोजिटरी लिखा है कुछ तो। जब इसका टाइम आएगा तब देखेंगे। अभी तो 3
Professional
घंटा
projects,
है।
freelancing projects everywhere. And this repository is actually meant to be cloned and get started with instantly with whatever business logic you have, whatever app idea you are building, whatever backend idea you are building. But I made this video so that you're familiar with the different parts of the project and the thoughts, the reasoning behind why we are structuring certain things in a particular way, why we are creating a particular
तो इसका
file,
मतलब है कि
why
मतलब
we are
सारे
writing
लोग
a particular line of code and
बॉलर
everything.
प्लेट वगैरह बना के रखते
Even
हैं
though
अपना किसी
you're
रेपो
not
में,
typing
उसको
it
यूज़
out,
करते
as
हैं।
long as you understand my
ऐसे
reasoning
कुछ होगा,
behind why
इतना
we
बड़ा
did
तो
something, that's more than enough. Eventually, when
हर
we
एक बार कर
build
सकता है।
projects,
एक दो
1, 2, 3,
वर्ड्स
5,
तो मिसिंग दिखाई
even
देंगे।
more projects, every time using the same boilerplate,
अगर
every
ऐसा
time
है तो
going
फिर
through
यू
the
कैन कनेक्ट
same
टू।
pieces of codes again and again, you'll get the hang of it. Even though some of the concepts, some of the patterns that I am doing now
स्टक हो गया, सिस्टम स्टक हो गया। ब्यूटीफुल, एक्सेलेंट।
is not as clear as you would like it to be. But as you're building more using the boilerplate, using this particular structure, you'll be very familiar with all the different components, and whatever doubts you have about different things, they'll all go away eventually, right? So if you are feeling a little lost, then that's okay. That's not something I did not see coming. It's pretty normal. So just try to watch this video. If you want to follow along, write the code, type it out yourself, then that's great. But even if that seems overwhelming, just try to watch this video, understand whatever and however much as possible, keeping the syntax aside. Try to understand the patterns, why we are doing certain things and how we are doing it. Don't worry too much about the syntax. As we write more code, that will become second nature. Okay, with that, let's
This is
jump
going
into
to be
the next
contained.
module. We'll write the
Let's
logic for
go.
database connection, database migration, right? We'll need a file inside our database folder. So Let's create a file called database.go. The package is, of course, database because the folder name is database. And inside this, we'll have the logic for connecting to our database. And if you have watched the database video in the backend from first principle series, then you'll know about this concept called pooling.
इंटरनल में डेटाबेस में जाना है, इंटरनल में डेटाबेस कहाँ है, इंटरनल में डेटाबेस ये रहा, एंड डेटाबेस को में जाके भी आपको चाहिए
database pooling. So pooling is basically a technique using which a certain number of connections will be open from our backend, from the process that is running our backend to the database process. Database is also considered one type of backend. So our backend connects to our database server using the TCP protocol, and if we use pooling, a certain number of connections will be active and our backend is going to maintain them over time. Instead of every time we get a new request, creating a whole new connection, making the TCP handshake and going through all the different technicalities, by keeping a certain number of connections in hand, our app is going to be more efficient. That's the whole idea of database pooling. So what we need first is a data structure where we can store a couple of things, and we need two things for our database. So let's create a struct called database. It is struct. First, what we need is a pool. We want to store a database pool, and it is going to be a type of pool. And the second thing we need is a logger, because of course when we are trying to establish connection with our database, we want to log some things, and we are using zero log for that. So it is going to come from zero log logger. Now we have two things. Let's clear these errors with go mod tidy. Next up, we'll create a variable for the database connection timeout. Every time we want to create a connection to our database, we want to keep a timeout of 10 seconds, so that if it exceeds that duration, then we will stop trying and we'll report that there is something wrong. So let's create that variable called database ping time of 10. Now our database connection logic has a dependency on our logger. Since we have not created our logger, I think we should pause here and first create our logger, then come back and finish this part. So let's create a new file called logger.go, and here we'll add all the logic related to our logging. Now this has a lot of moving parts, because when we are talking about logging, it indirectly also includes two other aspects. One is monitoring and other is observability. For observability, we are using this service called New Relic, and it offers SDKs and different tools so that we can properly instrument different parts of our application. And when I say different parts, we'll be instrumenting our database, whatever database logic we have, then we'll be instrumenting the core part, the request log, which is the middleware which is going to keep track of all our requests. When we instrument that part of our code base, we can cover a lot of scope when it comes to logging, monitoring, and observability. Now, given that there is a lot of configuration involved in this file related to all three aspects: logging, monitoring, and observability. So it might seem a little overwhelming, but just bear with me. I'll try to explain as much as possible. The first thing that we want to create is a New Relic service, which is going to be a logging, monitoring, and observability provider. And it comes from this package. And we are storing an instance of that application in a struct called logger service. Now we need some way so that we can initialize this service, which is the logger service. So we'll create a function called new logger service, which will take our observability config, whichever the config that we added here, and it will return a new logger service using that config. So this is what the signature of the function is going to look like. We are taking a observability config instance, an instance of this config struct, and we are returning a pointer to this logger service that will initialize in this function. So first, let's just create an instance of this struct, which is the logger service, and inside this variable service. And here we have to check if we have the license key provided or not. For using New Relic, we'll need a key which you will get when you register in the service. You can follow the official documentation for how to register and get your key for New Relic. Here what we are doing, we are checking from the provided config if we have the license key or not. If we don't have a license key, we'll just return an empty service without initializing the observability related stuff. But if we have the license key, then we'll continue. And to initialize the service of New Relic, we need a couple of parameters to pass. For that, we'll create a new slice which is of type new relic.config option, and this is a variable, and we are appending all these 4 different configs inside this config option slice. First thing is the service name. In the service name which we added, which is the name boilerplate. Second is the license key that we have in our environment variable, that which we will add later. Then we are saying we want to forward our logs to New Relic. And the fourth one is we also want to forward our traces. Traces is basically a transaction starting from one point of your system. It can be your front end, it can be your load balancer, or it can also be your backend middleware. And it starts from that point, it passes through handlers, it passes through services and repository depending on your configuration. The complete interaction is called a trace, and it helps us debug things. You can watch the logging, monitoring, observability video in the backend from first principles series to understand more about that stuff. After that, if the config debug is enabled for New Relic specifically, then we also want to append another config, which is the debug logger. This we are disabling both for local and production environments, but if we face any issues related to New Relic, then we can enable it to debug things further. If all the config stuff works properly, at last we'll just initialize the app. Here we are creating a new application from the library provided by New Relic with all the config options. This ... is basically a spread operator. It will take a slice and it will pass all the elements of that slice as.
This is too advanced. Seriously, bhai. This course is too advanced. As first said.
In this series, for the next few videos, we are going to build a task manager, kind of a to-do management app. Now, it sounds a little too basic, and there are already a lot of tutorials covering this kind of projects like basic CRUD API, etc. But we are going to do this project a little differently, because in the last video, we built a production grade Go boilerplate. I have pushed the GitHub repository here, and this boilerplate has a Go backend and a React frontend. And in the backend, we are trying to cover as many production use cases as possible. Things like logging, monitoring, observability, transactional emails, and background jobs using Redis. And
पहले देख लेते हैं.
in this video, we are going to build, we are gracefully shutting down a backend app. We'll get to the graceful shutdown implementation part, but all different modules in our app will have their own shutdown logic. And in our central graceful shutdown logic, we'll call all these functions so that we have a clean shutdown. All the services are given enough time so that they can clean up resources, they can drop requests and whatever they have to do for shutting down. And then we finally shut down the main process, the main Go routine. For that, we'll create a receiver function on top of the logger service so that we can directly call the shutdown on that. If there is a New Relic app, then we call the shutdown method on that. And that's how we shut down the logger service. Then we are also creating a utility function so that if we want to access the application inside this, which is the NRF. One thing about Go is if a struct has a field and its first letter is not capital, then we cannot access it outside of the package. And because of that, we have created a function, a utility function, is a receiver, and it will take the logger service implicitly and it will return the NR app, which is not exposed outside the package, but using this getter. If you are familiar with other programming languages terminologies, then this is kind of a getter. Finally, we get to the part we actually create a logger which we will be using across our application. It takes two parameters. One is the log level, and second is if this environment is production or not. And it returns an instance of a logger. The type is logger. And this is just an initialization function of a new logger with service, which we'll write down after this. But since that's a long function, I just wanted to show the parent function first, the initializer function. And it takes an instance of the observability config and it passes the appropriate values. If it is prod, then we pass production, otherwise we pass development, and it returns a log.logger. After that, we have another utility function here to pass the config and get a new service. And finally, this is our function which is going to actually return the logger by performing a couple of steps. It will take an instance of the observability config and the logger service that we created here, the new logger service, which is related to the New Relic logger service, not our application logger. First, we are creating a new variable called log level, and we are using this utility function that we had created earlier to get the current log level. If it is production, then we are returning info level. If it is development, then we are returning the debug level. Then we are just taking the string and converting it to the appropriate type of log.level. If it is debug, then it is debug level, same for info, warn, and error. Then this is the format of the time that you want to display the logs in. And this is for displaying stacks, error stacks. If you get some error stacks, then using this, we can show the stacks. Then we are creating a variable of this interface. io.writer is an interface, and we are creating a new variable of this type. And this particular section snippet basically deals with whether we should forward our logs to New Relic or not. If it is production and if the log format is JSON, then we are going ahead and forwarding all logs to New Relic. Otherwise, if it is not both of these things, then we are in development mode and we are just initializing a console writer, and that's what we are assigning to the writer interface. Console writer basically means that whatever logs that we have, it will be displayed in the terminal instead of in a file or sending to an external service. And finally, we take this writer with all the configs of New Relic and the console writer, and we create a new instance of log.logger. We pass the writer inside new. The level we set as log level, whatever we had decided. For development, it will be debug. For production, it will be info with timestamp structure that we have decided here. The service name, which will be boilerplate in this case, but you can give it the name of your app. Then the environment, whether it is local or production, and finally return a logger with all these configs and store it inside this logger variable. Here we are saying that if it is not production, then we want to get the stack of an error. If it is production, then you can just ignore it. And finally, we are returning a logger. This particular function, new logger with service, this gives us a logger with New Relic configs already configured. Right? That's the whole purpose of this function. After this, we also need a couple of utility functions that we are going to use a little later. We'll just go ahead and create it now. The first one is for adding trace context. Now this function with trace context, it takes a logger instance and a transaction which comes from New Relic. In New Relic, a transaction is basically, as I said, it's kind of like a trace. It has a starting point and it has an ending point, and all the interactions, all the components it touches during the whole request lifecycle, all of them are included in a single transaction, so that if anything goes wrong, if you are trying to debug something, then you can take a particular transaction and you can explore what are all the functions it passed through and what are all the components it touched. That's the whole purpose of a transaction. We'll see how we are going to use transaction later, but that's a high level definition of transactions. And here we are checking that if a transaction is not already created, since it is a pointer, we can check that if it is nil, then just return the logger without doing anything with the transaction. But if it is not nil, then we are calling this function which is get trace metadata. Trace metadata is basically a function provided by New Relic itself, and it provides us two things. One is a trace ID and one is a span ID. These two things, if you are familiar with telemetry or instrumentation, these two are important in that context. But just to simplify things, these are parameters which New Relic or any kind of instrumentation service uses to connect all the components a particular transaction passes through. Right? That's the use of trace ID and span ID. And so next, we will be integrating our zero log logger with our database driver, which is PGX. We'll get to that part soon after this. But we'll be integrating our logger with our database driver so that during our development, we can get some data about what are the database queries that we are executing. So it will print the SQL query that our database driver finally executed and all the parameters that went into that query. And if you're familiar with how database queries and etc. work in backend application, we use this concept called named parameters or positional parameters, basically parameters in database query, so that we can avoid security risk like SQL injection, which happens when you take user input and you just string concatenate them with the SQL query. But if you use parameters, then a statement is already prepared beforehand and that parameter will be inserted as a string without giving any kind of execution capabilities. So coming back to the point, since we want to log various things in our database driver, we have to create some utility functions for that. Then we need a separate logger for database driver so that we can appropriately print different things like SQL queries, arguments, how much latency a particular database query took, things like that. And we can do that using this function. This is a function named new PGX logger. PGX is the name of our database driver. It takes a log level, whichever level we want, and it returns again a zerolog.logger type. We instantiate it using a zerolog.console-writer. We are using console-writer because we need this in our development environment.
GX किधर गया PGX अच्छा PGX is Postgre. Ah shit. Now understand.
Because in our production environment, we are setting up a database tracer. New Relic provides us a very good integration with
New Relic. Oh, monitoring app. REST API with in, but यहाँ पे we used echo. AK versus Gind. Slightly faster. Gind is also highly performant, though suitable for production base. Slightly faster, lower memory usage. Some benchmark. I will go with Echo man. Echo for production. I see. This is like Next.js. Gotcha. Gotcha.
the PGX driver, so that in production, all your database queries and the instrumentation data about them, data like the SQL query that was executed, the arguments that was passed to it, and how much time it took, and everything surrounding it. All of that will be recorded by New Relic, and we can see it in the dashboard. But in development environment, we are not sending that to New Relic, and we are just printing it in console. We are instantiating a new console writer which comes from Zerolog. We are saying that we want to print it in our terminal. That's what std out means. That is standard output. This is the time format that we want our timestamps in. Then we are passing a function in format field value. How do we want to format different fields for this particular database logger? So we are just switching over the type of whatever we have passed here. If the field type is a string, then in that case, we know that it is the SQL string that was finally executed, and we are just truncating it to 200 characters, because in some SQL queries, it can get very long if you have very complex joins across multiple tables, 10s and 15 tables. And that's why we are truncating it so that we don't overwhelm our terminal and it becomes very difficult to make sense of what's happening. Then if it is of type byte slice, this is called the slice of byte, then we know that it is the arguments. For that, what we are doing, we are just trying to unmarshal that as a JSON and indent it properly so that we can make it more readable. If it's neither of these, then we are just returning the string. And finally, we take this writer that we just created and we create a new Zerolog logger instance with this as the writer. Since this console writer is also of interface io.writer, we can just pass it inside the new, and we set the level with timestamp and the component. We are saying that the component that we are currently logging in is database. Then we are just returning that logger. And finally, one last function that we need for database logging is get pgx trace log level. Basically, it takes a Zerolog level type, and depending on the type, it converts that to appropriate trace log. I'll explain what it means when we get to the database part. Basically, for debug, it's returning 6, 4, 3, 2, and by default it is of 0. And that's all the configurations that we need. Logger, including New Relic configs, application logger, and database logger. So to get rid of these errors, I'll just run go mod tidy once, and the errors are gone. Now that we have our logger ready, we can go back to our database and finish the integration. Now here also we'll have to configure some of the New Relic integration. Logging, monitoring, and observability is very important, especially in a production system. If there is one element that you want to say which distinguishes from a hobby project to a production project, then this is that, which is how serious you are taking the whole logging, monitoring, and observability scene. Since I'm claiming that this is a production grade boilerplate, then I want to take this seriously. I want to add the observability part to every component in our code base. And since we are using New Relic, it has very good integration support for PGX also. Now in this module, in this particular file, we'll also integrate the logger, the